Testing.
Great.
Yes.
Dave.
Oh. But we can't hear him. Say something again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're all good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this is Rulemaking 80, the Montgomery County Community Choice Aggregation Pilot Program, and this is a continuation of the consideration of the rules and regulations that we examined a couple weeks ago. And we'll start with appearances.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lisa Brennan, Associate County Attorney for Montgomery County, Maryland. With me today is Michael Krautheimer, Managing Director for EV Advisors, and also Stan Edwards is behind me, Chief of the Energy, Climate, and Compliance Division of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection.
Go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jennifer Grace. I'm a public utility law judge here at the Commission, and I was the work group leader in this matter. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Bill Fields for the Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Peter Wolson on behalf of staff. With me is Philip Vanderhayden. By video, David Hoppick is available. And as was the case in the last hearing, Lloyd Spivak is available on short notice if you have questions concerning PIP.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Fran Francis, appearing on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. James McGee with the Law Office of Robert Castro on behalf of Prince George's County, Maryland.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and BGE for the time being.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Eric Wallace with the law firm Green Herlocker here on behalf of NRG Energy, Inc., Interstate Gas Supply, DBA IGS Energy, Constellation New Energy, Inc., WGL Energy Services, Inc., and Vistra Corp., the Retail Supplier Coalition.
Okay. Now, if I remember right, we had deferred a couple of issues to the parties to try and work out. I guess I want to find out, is there any report on anything from the last hearing? Ms. Brennan.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. Yes, one of the things that we were asked to do was look at the possibility of adding language regarding not having variable rate offers. We sent that around to the work group yesterday, and so I have some language if you want to address that now. I think probably the best place to put this would be in the customer protection section, although we're somewhat flexible on where that goes. It's more what the Commission would like. So that's the language that I emailed to folks yesterday.
So, anyone have any comments about it? Positive, negative? And so,
The feedback we got was just,
this
I
was fine.
sent a second email responding to Peter Wilson, Mr. Wilson, about sort of where we thought it could go. We said it could go in 11, but we also thought it could go in 7. They prefer 7, I think. I don't know if that's, if you want to go back to Chapter 7 and just put it in there and close that out.
So
that's
let me
up to you.
ask Judge Grace, since you handled this, I mean, do you have an opinion about where it should go?
It's not going to flow perfectly in either 7 or 11, but it could go in 7. Let me pull that up and show you
Okay.
what it would look like.
All right.
While we're looking at that, would it be possible to, I'm finding the second clause confusing, partly because there's not a comma after variable rate, and partly because even with a comma, it's because I were variable price. So the clause defines variable price, correct?
Yes.
So can you put a period after variable price and then have another sentence that reads, a variable price is defined as, okay,
That work?
thank you.
That's fine with us?
And then where would it go?
In 7,
Yeah, actually, I think the judge is trying to hypothetically place it where it's going to go. So.
did you want it at the end?
We actually, I thought it could go under terms of service number 8, but then you have to read, or under 10, notice of change in rates.
Yeah. Make it a point 11.
Okay, and then renumber 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's, Commissioner, that's where it would go. I will have to fix the, the format.
Sure,
That's fine.
yeah, I understand. And so, and the parties are fine with placing it there?
We are.
Seek some, okay, and,
Could I just ask quickly?
Sure.
Mr. Fields, this was an issue that was, I think, brought to our attention. I guess the caution was brought to our attention by Mr. Lapp. Does this address, I mean, I think his concern was, what if we're talking about time of use rates or other types of dynamic rates? Would that leave open those types of rates and address the concern that Mr. Lapp raised?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I think it would. I mean, the way I read this, it would allow the CCA to implement an optional service that had some time of use element to it. It might restrict them from changing the time of use elements every month, but if that's acceptable to Montgomery County, it's acceptable to us.
Okay, because I think I will put words in his mouth, but I think he was concerned the possible premium products that Montgomery County might offer, and it may include things like, again, time of use rate.
Right.
So, but you find that.
Yeah, I think this would allow that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay. All right, with that, we will adopt the recommended language on banning variable rates. Was there any other issue that was deferred to today?
Not to my recollection.
Mr. Wilson?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, well, in that case then, we'll turn it over to Judge Grace.
Thank you. At the last hearing, there was an agenda, which I'll pull up. I believe that we went through, or you went through, I wasn't here, number 7, so that puts us to number 8.
Right.
Which is the deletion of customer information by aggregation supplier. So this is in Chapter 16 at 4. The issue is whether or not customer data should be kept, what type of customer data should be kept after it's run its course, and should it be the CCA or should it be the CCA's designated agent responsibility. I hope you can see the comment section. Montgomery County's position, and I'm not sure if that's their final position or not. I think there may have been some additional proposed language, was that this whole section C should be deleted. Staff and AOBA and I believe OPC asked that this section remain, and I think NRG joined with Montgomery County in asking that it be deleted. There is some language at the bottom there in the comment. It's compromised language as proposed by Potomac Edison, which would read, with respect to customers who opted out and/or were not served by the CCA and its designated agent shall delete all customer information. And then I think after we submitted the regulations in their draft form to the commission, Montgomery County had some additional proposed language, which I have in an email. I can type that in for you if you'd like, or you can just go ahead and
If you wouldn't mind
present it to
pasting it
the
in, that'd be great.
present it to
Sorry,
the
if I could read it.
commission. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's line 10 in our table, if that helps. I don't know if you
But I
have
think
our-
I have it here.
aggregation suppliers.
I think we're in data.
Okay. Thank you.
So I believe that's the new language by Montgomery County. So you have the language in the document, and then you have two separate language proposals on the right, if you can read that. If not, I can try to make it bigger, or I can put it somewhere else.
There were a couple little typos.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can make it bigger, that might help.
Or change the color. It's very hard to read that.
For the purposes of the hearing, I can just type it into the
Yeah, yeah.
document.
I understand.
Sorry.
To close the page margin there by double clicking on that gray bar there.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go.
nice.
Can I make a couple of friendly suggestions? When it ceases, in the second line,
Yep.
and then however, at the end of that line, data. And just for consistency, aggregation supplier is usually capitalized. Thank you.
What does that last clause mean? Shall be retained by the aggregation supplier in accordance? I mean, that gives them a lot of leeway in terms of keeping language as opposed to when required, for example. So is that what you're
Yes,
interested in?
Commissioner Suchman, that's exactly. It's intended to be broad enough to allow a supplier to comply with, a variety of state and federal regulations that may apply to it.
So can we change the in accordance to when required by? Because isn't that what you're talking about? Because this
Certainly.
otherwise, in accordance suggests that they could keep the language as long as they're complying with federal and state law.
That sounds like a good addition. Thank you. Maybe we got the
And take
all.
out the all
Take out the all.
when required by.
Okay, so OPC, you have a thought on this, or?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I think the last, if I'm following this, I think the last part of this second set of language we were just working on, I think that the last part of it is talking about a situation where the aggregation supplier retains some of the data for a certain amount of time after it ceases to be the agent. And I'm thinking that it would be useful to say, however, data shall be retained by the aggregation supplier to the extent that is required by the state and federal laws. What I'm thinking is we want to say that they can only retain it for that, whatever is required by the state and federal laws.
Is there a reaction by Montgomery County, or?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
And can you just change it to federal law or regulations?
Or maybe is retained by the aggregation supplier as necessary to, maybe just as required by, to the
You had to
extent
the ex-
required, yeah, to the extent required by. Thank you.
This is what you said.
And
And then federal law or regulation. And I would just have regulation as singular.
would that change the staff fine with this, or?
Does, what is the it referred to? Is there a way to be very clear about this?
The
Is that the
the aggregation supplier, yep.
Should it be state or federal law?
Yeah.
And this doesn't sort of think of any other entity other than the aggregation supplier as receiving the customers.
Actually, just, particularly since we're kind of recording this, it's important that people speak into the mics. So.
Well, it's going to be the aggregation supplier or that electricity service provider, whatever that other term was for an administrator. That's what you're talking about. I think that's right.
Energy services provider, I think, is what's in there. So I think we had designated agent previously as a means of sort of capturing both of those.
Right.
And then.
I agree. Does that make sense to the county? Judge Grace, did you understand that?
I understood that, yes.
Okay.
Did you want that after CCA's aggregation supplier or energy services provider, or would you prefer it?
That's what I'm checking.
I think it's going to be, it would have to be either, because it would be one or the other, right?
We don't,
If it's not going to be you,
We don't really, we've really been focusing on the use of an aggregation supplier.
but you could be using an administrator at some point.
It would be covered by the aggregation supplier.
Okay.
All the services will be covered by the aggregation supplier or by the CCA itself.
And what would the role of the electricity service provider be?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've been using the term aggregation supplier to refer to this entity.
Okay, well, somehow you're going to have to make that clear, because I had the sense that there could be two entities out there, an aggregation supplier and an electricity service provider. So that is sort of, in New York, they have administrators. And so you may adopt that kind of model. And you just want to make sure all of your bases are covered here.
Correct.
That's all I'm.
The aggregation supplier is going to be the entity that would be in possession of the relevant information.
Well, but all I'm asking is that if it's possible that the energy service provider also may have that information, you just want to make sure that they're included in the regs. So you don't have to go back and change the regs.
Okay.
I'm not sure how often energy service provider is used in the regs. I think generally we were using the term aggregation supplier. It may be easier to make sure that the aggregation supplier definition in the,
Well, I think if the goal here is to ensure that anyone who's in possession of customer-specific data turns it over to the CCA afterward, then the fact that having an extra entity named here doesn't seem to be of any harm. A little bit of a maybe belt and suspenders.
Right.
Sure,
So
sure.
if you go to the 05, an aggregation supplier or an energy service provider. So you do have both of those terms. So
Yes.
so you just we're trying to find that that 2% that something's going to fall in and it's not going to be covered by the regs. So it's
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so we're agreed to the wording, so let me turn to Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I think, from the Retail Supplier Coalition's perspective, I think our concern is that this language may inadvertently sort of be a blunt instrument that doesn't really capture the commercial circumstances of the CCA and the supplier's role in it. And I think that we're all in agreement that the information that is provided to an aggregation supplier in the context of the CCA should be protected, and at the end of the CCA should not be used for improper purposes or, somehow released in a data breach or something like that. But I think the idea that the aggregation supplier is going to, scrub all of its systems of all of the data for the customers that, were served during this period, practically may not work for suppliers. And I think we also want suppliers to be able to bid and to have a competitive sort of, participation in bidding for the CCA. And this language, as drafted, could be a barrier to that. When you think about, for example, a supplier that may be serving customers in the county now, so it has existing data in its systems about those customers, and then, if that supplier were selected to be the aggregation supplier for the CCA, then there would be sort of intermingling of, their existing customer records for that account with, the service records associated with that customer's enrollment into the new CCA offering. And then at the end of this, for that supplier to go in and scrub out of its, records and systems the CCA specific data, but not the prior data. I mean, one of the issues that we're concerned about is a lot of times, when there's a customer inquiry or a CAD complaint, we'll need to look into the records over that customer's service history, which could be, a decade or more. And so this concern or this language here, just saying all of the data needs to be deleted by the aggregation supplier at the end of the CCA, would be a complicating factor that may prevent suppliers from being able to participate in this, depending on the way that their systems are configured, or they may need to, go through a process to reconfigure their systems in order to make this work, which could drive up the cost of participation and reduce the sort of competition for this offering. So, I mean, what we had recommended in language here was that there be an affirmative obligation for the supplier to protect the data, and maybe we could put some more, clarity around, what purposes are permitted and what are not. But the idea that just outright deleting all of it at the end of the CCA practically, is a concern for the supplier community that would be looking to participate here.
So just so I understand, this provision would, under his hypothetical, they would be required to do this when they were no longer a supplier or at the end of the aggregation program?
Correct.
No, actually, it was sort of like either or. So, I mean,
So when it ceases to be a designated agent, or the CCA is terminated, which
Okay.
by definition would
No,
make them
okay.
no longer.
So what I'm saying is, so if the CCA continues, but this supplier is no longer a provider, they would be required at that point to delete this information.
That's correct.
Okay.
However, we do share Mr. Wallace's concerns.
Okay.
We understand and agree with each of the points that he has made. And it does concern the county that a requirement to delete data could make it more challenging for the CCA to find an aggregation supplier. The pool of entities qualified to be an aggregation supplier is already small, and every additional requirement that's thrown upon the opportunity to be the aggregation supplier makes it that much harder and expensive for Montgomery County to achieve its goals. And so, all else being equal, we support Mr. Wallace's language. We provided this language in the nature of a attempted brokered compromise by Judge Grace in the work group. But all else being equal, we believe that his points are very valid and should be considered by the commission.
So, Mr. Chair. So I guess the question then is the concern that the data is going to be in the aggregation supplier's database and that database could be breached and that customer data could then be stolen? Is that the concern?
Yeah, Mr. Fields, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. And we're talking about customers who haven't done anything. I mean, they live in Montgomery County. They didn't opt out. They didn't choose this particular company to do business, this third-party supplier to do business with. So I think the concern is this is a different situation than if somebody chooses to sign up with a supplier and provide them with the information that goes along with that. Here, they are just assuming that they pay attention to this, they've decided to stick with the CCA, and because of that, their data is being transferred to a third-party company.
But I'm assuming, you have the county do something. It's very rare the county's actually going to physically do something. So they're going to hire some other entity, and they're going to provide that customer information to the other entity. They need to dig in front of the house to replace pipes. I mean, so that information just sort of gets distributed. I'm also troubled that we're going to be scrubbing information and, following a pilot. We're going to need that information, or something comes up and we're going to need to know what happened, and that information is going to be gone. And then I also am a little concerned about aggregation suppliers having to go through their database because they're going to be doing lots of, assuming aggregation suppliers can also be providing service to others and then have been supplying somebody in the past and then supplying them in the future. And it's almost like whack-a-mole. It's very hard to sort of figure out what gets scrubbed and what doesn't. And if they're required in the regulations to protect customer information, we all know that data is always susceptible to being hacked. But I just wonder if this is a provision that would be really hard to manage long term.
Well, the concern is, that could be true. I certainly don't know. The concern is not just hacked, but also just to be used. Whether a customer in Montgomery County would feel it appropriate that they were part of the CCA, and then they have this supplier who gets this information, and then that supplier is no longer working for the CCA, but then they still have your information to market to you.
But then the flip side is that they can't market to you. So the challenge is
they can market to you like any other supplier.
No. But how do you know that they've taken the data out of their database? And so they're marketing to you. Are they marketing to you because they just are marketing the neighborhood, or they're marketing to you because they have the data? I'm just wondering. I understand the concern about protecting data. I'm just trying to figure out if this is a provision that can be policed, and also if this is a provision that makes it so complicated to try to police it that it becomes totally ineffective anyway. And then you have taken out the provision that still. Are you taking out the provision that requires that they protect the data? Is that because this would be a replacement for the original C? Correct? The CCA shall ensure that the CCA's designation shall protect all customer information. That's being taken out and replaced with language that I'm not sure is going to be all that useful ultimately. And so, I think that customers may just be better protected with language that tells them they've got to protect the language, rather than a process that I think may just be so hard to manage that it becomes not very effective for the customer.
So staff have a view on this?
I think yes, Your Honor, the primary concern is to protect account numbers generally, because that is the one element that allows someone to enroll an account. So there's that, and there's also sort of the general concept that customers, you're associating a name with an account number with an address, so that has some privacy issues. We have not explored the technical requirements needed to sort of isolate the data with the retail supplier. I think we've heard concerns about it, but there's no way to, at this point, to determine whether or not it's it's truly difficult to isolate that or otherwise. So I think we proposed these and agreed with the OPC that there's needs to protect this very specific customer information, not only because it has some applications directly within the energy market and would potentially be able to be used in as an enrollment, but also just for general privacy concerns.
Well, can you have something that says something like protect all customer information and avoid using information learned as an aggregation supplier? I mean, I guess the question is, would you be able to wall off the information you've learned when your members go back out and try to get customers?
Actually, I need to take a timeout for a minute. Apparently, Mr. Hoppe can't hear any of this, so we need to make a technical adjustment here so that he can hear and participate from his remote location. So just hold that thought for a second. So.
Mr. Hoppe, can you hear now? That's a yes.
Oh, you good? Okay. You're. David, do you need Commissioner Suchman to repeat her last question? I mean, I guess I'm kind of figuring out where you need to get caught up. So.
I was listening in on the YouTube, but now I can hear through the WebEx. Thank you, though.
Okay, so we can just proceed ahead with the response to her question. So.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then go ahead.
So I think the concerns you have about not trying to delete data that we would need later are valid, but presumably there's a way to have the CCA continue to retain the information. We have not at all explored any of the technical issues associated with protecting it, and I think the desire to simply have the regulations require deletion seem to be the most sort of simple way to direct that the information be removed from a situation where it could be hacked, leaked, or otherwise misused. It may become difficult to, without sort of defining those technical protections, have a situation where one of those unfortunate outcomes happens, and then you're sort of like, who's at risk for, who's responsible, who has the responsibility to perform the protection? Is it the CCA? Is it the
Right.
aggregation
I'm just
supplier?
not sure it's practical, and we really want to try to not put in place regulations that are really hard to meet. So I guess I'm asking, is there a way to include language that would prohibit your members from using information that they gained while they were aggregation suppliers? So, in other words, giving them a competitive advantage and also protecting customer data.
Yeah, so I don't know the details of the way all of the different suppliers that might bid on this have configured their systems and how they might be able to wall things off. But I think that there are some existing mechanics in the retail supplier rules that, for example, prohibit enrolling a customer without their consent, right? So a supplier wouldn't be able to just turn around and enroll a customer based on the data that they have. They would need to reach out to a customer, get in touch with them, obtain their consent through one of the mechanisms in the existing supplier rules.
Right, but they'd get all that information because they were the aggregation suppliers. So that's why I'm so separate and apart from sort of best practices. I'm just sort of wondering if there is a way, rather than sort of deleting the data, which I think is it seems hard for me to imagine a situation that would allow retention of important information than the deleting. I mean, I don't know how you do that. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to address the problem but keep the data.
And I think in our proposed language, the word protect, I think covers a broad range of things, and maybe we could add a sentence on to that provision to say, and here are the things that you cannot do with the data obtained as the aggregation supplier.
and could you give an example? I mean, I'm actually wondering if you can, I mean, would it work to say, that aggregation supplier cannot use language learned as an aggregation supplier to target potential customers or?
I think something like that would be reasonable. We'd have to figure out, practically how do we implement that? But I think that concept is sort of what everybody is intending to accomplish here with this.
Mr.
this
Fields, would that get to some of what you're concerned?
Yeah, I think that could work.
Ms. Francis.
I just want to state from AOBA's perspective what our concerns are. Right now, our members are in full control of their data. And if they want somebody to make them a retail supply offer, all they do is fill out a form. They've got their address, their account number, gives the supplier the ability to make them an offer, and they can take it or not take it. They need to have control of their data so there aren't inadvertent errors or mistakes, not only with the supplier, but also within their company. You know, there have been numerous examples with my members where someone approaches a resident manager and says, do you want cheaper electric rates? And they say, sure, and all of a sudden that property is switched. Those things are happening less frequently than they used to, but they are occurrences, and that's the issue that we're trying to avoid.
Well, Ms. Francis, I'm assuming that if they are concerned about having their data used in ways that they don't appreciate, then they just won't do the CCA. I mean, they'll know in advance if you do a CCA, you're going to have, sort of data exposed. And if it concerns you, if the requirement that the data not be used when the program ends to be targeted by this aggregation supplier, if that's not enough for them, then they'll know not to do the program.
No, I agree with just what you said, which is why AOBA supported the compromise language where it says, with respect to customers who opted out and who are not served by the CCA, and its designation shall delete all customer information.
But-
That's why we support.
But would they have the customer information in the first place?
Well, they would have aggregate data, but they would also have some. I can't read.
No, I understand, but I just need, since we don't have the court reporter, I need
Right.
people to sort
Okay,
of stay
I'm
close
sorry.
to the mic. So.
They would have some data, not the account number, but they would have, I believe, on that list is some usage information. There is some data that they would have, but that's what we're trying to protect, which is why we had that compromise language. I don't disagree with the points that you made earlier. I'm just stating from AOBA's perspective, when a customer doesn't use the CCA or has opted out.
Well, okay, so, and that makes sense to me. If a customer's opted out, would the county have a problem in just taking their language, their data out? Because you've asked them, do you want to be part of the program? They say no. Then why would you need their data? I mean, I'm assuming you're getting the data from the utility.
I understand what you're asking, Commissioner Suchman. I think we're just trying to kind of go through the process because
Right.
there's different steps and we have different information at different parts of the process. So presumably, we would have sent out the formation notice and the opt-out notice, and these are folks that are responding to the opt-out notice.
Right.
I believe, would we have account numbers at that point? Because they're telling us they
no.
want to opt out? Okay.
Okay, so what information would you have at the point in which,
There's a list, hold on.
because it
please.
sounds like this is something that can be fixed if we could just kind of figure out what information they have.
Here, during
there-
the formation notice, we have account name, service address. In chapter 3, at the formation notice, we will have account names, service addresses, billing addresses, and utility rate class or code. So no account numbers, no usage information.
Okay, so is that, would that be okay to keep that, or you want that scrubbed?
My preference is that it be deleted. County always has their account numbers. They're in the tax base.
Right.
They always have that. So
No,
we would
this is-
prefer that it be deleted because if a customer wants to opt in, they just have to call the utility or they have to call the CCA or get in touch with them and said, here's my information, count me in, I like this. So that's always the customer's burden. So I would prefer to be, not have that, but they will, by the second notice, I can't put my hands on the chapter right away, maybe Montgomery County can help. I think by the second notice, they would have some usage information. I could be incorrect, but in order to make them an offer, in other words, if the customer doesn't opt out after the first notice, they will have more information, I believe, by the second notice.
There will also be customers who start with the CCA and then opt out. So I don't know how we cover those as well.
And then maybe sign up.
And then could come back.
That's true.
We also have some reporting requirements, so we need to balance the ability to respond
Yeah.
to a complaint.
It
for
sounds like you have,
example, or a-
it sounds like they have pretty minimal information at this point. I mean, is this going to cause your members a lot of heartburn? I mean, it just sounds like it's I'm just, I'm worried about sort of the process and what do you have now, and
My concern is, and I've seen examples of it, and I don't know how big a problem it is yet because we're, several years away from it.
well, and also it's a pilot.
It's a pilot.
So can we? I mean, it sounds like it's minimal information. As long as your members, once they opt out, they've opted out, and there's not much that the county has.
We would prefer that and I believe there is a regulation where they're not going to be doing door-to-door marketing because we have people show up at our property. So the CCA has said they're not going to be doing that. That's the problem for us. So I think that's solved. But also all the marketing, we don't want them to use it for marketing materials that my customers haven't asked for and don't want. I think we're all barraged by marketing materials all the time. I get them at my home. I get them at my office.
But I think your members are kind of sophisticated people who are.
Some are.
Okay.
No,
Right,
that
I
may
have
be
to
a
assume.
bit of a misperception. Is the guy in the top office sophisticated? Probably, but probably not in utility matters. But these big organizations have a lot of people working for them. You can't assume that everybody knows exactly all of these rules. So the minimal information that can be given and retained we believe, is what is best and will cause the least problems. So I'm not trying to create a problem, but I did support that yellow line.
Right, sure.
Okay. So if we could go back to C, the original C, with the CCA shall ensure that the CCA's designated agent shall protect all customer information when it ceases to be. And then can we add something like, and shall not use any information obtained as the designated agent once it ceases to be the designated agent? Something like that. I mean, it's.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think the word "use" there is.
Oh, I'm just. So if you've got
Yeah.
better language, that would be fine.
It strikes me that that what we're trying to prevent is use of the information for, slamming and marketing. And so perhaps, specifying that those are the things that we're concerned about. I don't think we're concerned about using the data to respond to customer inquiries about their service during the period that they were enrolled with the CCA, or, responding to CAD complaints.
Can it be for marketing purposes? I mean, I'm assuming marketing is going out and trying to get new customers. Mr. Fields, is that?
Yeah, I'm hesitating a little bit because we haven't talked about or thought through what other uses there might be. And they would already be prevented from transferring the data to another party.
And they couldn't do door to door.
Yeah, I think this would work.
So,
Uh,
may I make a statement?
Oh,
I apologize. So one of the big differences between these, I'm the work group leader, so I don't have
Sure.
a position in this
Yeah,
case.
okay, I
One of the
understand.
big differences between these three sets of language is who the onus is on. So as we're making these changes to this first suggestion by staff, it starts off with the CCA shall ensure that the designated agent does such. So I think we would have to say, and the designated agent shall not use for marketing purposes
Okay.
any information obtained.
Actually, I guess the question is, do we want to put it on the CCA, or should we just tell the designated agent what it can't do? Because we're telling them what it can't do later in that provision. So can we just, and I think it just is cleaner. The CCA's designated agent shall.
If I may, to the extent that designated agent is a licensed retail supplier, then you have control of them. If they are not,
That's what I'm just, so we have jurisdiction over them. So we can go after them if they're not behaving, and then we can take away their license if they violate this.
if the designated agent is not, and is like a third-party marketing entity or one of these energy service providers that's not under your jurisdiction.
It will be a licensed supplier. It will be a licensed supplier.
Do we have that in the definition?
The aggregation supplier.
Yeah, licensed by the commission. Okay.
Okay.
So it's under B2.
Aggregation supplier.
Commissioner,
The CC's aggregation supplier.
to that end, I think, I'm wondering if for C here, if we should revise it to specifically say the CCA's aggregation supplier.
Yeah.
And avoid using this more kind of general phrase designated agent.
I agree.
And the other piece I think is, we still have shall delete and transfer to the CCA. And I think what we're shifting to is shall protect the information and shall not use it for
Well,
the.
that's what I thought we were going back to the original. The CCA, so it'll be the CCA's, so it would just be, you can get rid of CCA's and just be the aggregate supplier shall protect all customer information when it ceases to be the aggregated supplier, the CCA's aggregation supplier.
I think aggregation supplier should be capitalized.
It should.
And we still have delete and transfer in there. That first line.
Right. And we want to put the protect back in, so shall protect all customer information. And then get rid of CCA, right? And probably ceases to be the CCA's aggregation supplier. So change A to the. And then you should probably put, and the aggregation supplier, because you talked about the CCA or so it should be, and the aggregation supplier shall not use for marketing purposes. And then change designated agent again to the aggregation supplier. And then once it ceases to be the aggregation supplier.
And Mr. Hoppick has his hand raised.
well, actually, before I go to him, Commissioner
Yeah. Well, maybe I should ask my question after we get done with this round.
Okay.
I just fundamentally don't understand why AOPA cares about any of this. I do not know why you care about how many notices I get in my mailbox.
from a residential perspective, and I live in Montgomery County, I don't care how many notices I get in my mailbox.
Well, how about the office space that I lease from a property owner? Why do you care about the messages I get in my mailbox there?
Well, if you pay your own electric bill, just
Okay.
you,
Yeah.
then I don't care. But if you're working for a big company
Okay.
that are master metered and have a lot of individual accounts, and as I've said many times, some of my members have 200, 600, 800 accounts, it's hard to manage. When
Okay.
people come get something in the mail, oh, this looks good, I'm going to get it cheaper.
You know,
check it off.
my only concern about this is that I don't want to reduce the amount of notification to people like me because property owners in other situations have difficulty working with their mail flow. That's my only concern.
Well, I mean, I don't want to do this at this late stage. An easy way to do it is separate the commercial and the residential. But this language, as it's written now,
Yeah.
does help immensely with the problem
Okay.
that I was trying to articulate.
Okay.
Commissioner Richard?
Just, I just want to make sure I'm understanding now the county's position and making sure we're kind of addressing the concern about C. It sounds like we have moved away from the the requirement, at least the proposed requirement to remove. Now we're just trying to get back to, I think, what the statute says about protecting the information. So, I mean, would it be possible we just look at A and say a CCA or its designated agent shall protect, comma, may not disclose, and just make this really simple and very, clear, that we're just trying to apply what the statute says, because I think the statute is fairly strong in requiring customer protections. So I think it's quite clear. So, and given that our requirement here is just that we have a procedure in place to protect, it just seems like we can make this clean and simple if we just maybe got rid of C and then just made that requirement per the statute in A. So I just wanted to ask if this is a more direct and simple way to create a regulation for this statute that we have before us. I mean, does the county have a position on that?
We agree with what you just said, Commissioner Richard.
Okay.
This is emblematic of many of the discussions that have taken place across the various chapters. Our general starting position has always been that which you just articulated.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's what I guess for the retail suppliers, I mean, does that address then, again, just trying to come up with a clean regulation for what the statute requires? Is that?
I think so. I mean, I think C just adds additional detail to A. The one point I would make is, in A, we use this designated agent term again. So if we're going to, I think for clarity throughout the rules here, if we're saying the designated agent is only going to be an aggregation supplier, then I would suggest that we just focus it there. That also addresses this issue of, the commission's jurisdiction and the existing framework of rules that apply to retail suppliers, in this context.
Okay. And so, I mean, does OPC, is that, again?
Yeah, that sounds like it might be more straightforward. I mean, in C, we had the idea that after the aggregation supplier is no longer the aggregation supplier, what are its obligations? Continue to protect, the data, and then also, I mean, I think this restriction on use for marketing purposes is a useful concept to have in here.
Right, I think that is, I think that does.
Can I just finish real quick? Isn't a lot of these other protections, though, already in the statute? How much do we need to repeat what these protections are and the appropriate uses of the customer data?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the restriction on use of the data after for marketing after it's no longer the supplier is in the statute, but specifically. But I haven't looked, for that particular question.
So are we? So you're proposing we actually create something that's not in the statute as far as a protection? I think it's implied that there are appropriate uses. And, again, I think we need to be careful when we do these regulations, we don't get too prescriptive. Especially if it's a protection that's not clearly articulated in the statute. I'm just looking. 753.
Yeah, there is a general provision in the statute for the commission to adopt consumer protections.
Okay. Anyway, well, that's all I had to offer, Mr. Chair. It's just a way to maybe make this a little more direct, a little cleaner,
Yeah, I mean,
per the statute.
Right, I mean, we could meld the two, but I actually do think that they are, one addresses what is going on during the lifetime of the pilot, and then this new modified language deals with what happens after. So it ensures that the aggregation supplier has a responsibility, even when the pilot's done, to protect the customer information and to not use that customer information to market for other purposes.
So at the risk of reopening the can of worms, if there is a breach of the data, so who's the party responsible? The retail supplier that's been hired as an provider, or the CCA?
I mean, ultimately, the aggregation supplier is a licensed supplier who is highly likely to already be in possession of substantial amounts of customer data, not only in Maryland, but also in other jurisdictions. Also, that entity is subject to a wide range of cybersecurity and personally identifiable information requirements imposed by the state of Maryland, the federal government, multiple agencies, industry best practices. I mean, these entities have it in their best interest, of course, to protect their data anyway. I'm not sure if that directly answers or provides a final answer to your question, but I hope it provides some context into the real world scenario that we're looking at here.
Okay. So, and for Mr. Wallace, so some of your members, at least as far as I've become aware, are sort of branching off into other products and services. So this non-marketing language that we've talked about would prevent them from trying to market to customers non-electric service items, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it says broadly marketing purposes, so it's not limited to retail energy products. So I think that I would interpret that to mean any marketing purposes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so, okay.
So I would just recommend going back to, and getting rid of designated agent in other parts of this subsection. So I think it's under A, there's a couple of references to designated agent.
Okay, so going forward, we're going to adopt the requirement that the entities protect the data, but there will not be a specific requirement to delete the data. Okay. All right, next issue.
Okay. Moving on to the next issue is comparison of relative CCA price changes. We have to turn to Chapter 19, SOS risk mitigation. But don't panic, we're not taking up the huge SOS issue right now. We're just taking up a portion of that chapter. So it's .03. And this is a relatively small issue. Let me see if I can get this thing on the screen. What we're talking about here is the CCA will have the obligation to inform the commission and the utilities and put in the dockets here at the commission that pertain to SOS and CCA. Essentially file a letter, a warning that says, hey, there's been a notice of a circumstance, event, condition, or obligation that could cause a material migration of customers from CCA service to SOS. And as a part of that, the issue is included in the notice. In that notice, there should be a measure, and that measure, Montgomery County feels that it should not be over the applicable SOS rate, or it should be over the applicable SOS rate. It should be over the applicable SOS rate, and staff feels that it should not be measured by the applicable SOS rate. So what we're talking about here is just, it's not a notice to customers, it's a notice to the commission, to the utilities involved, and to some of the other dockets here at the commission, that there is an issue and how that issue should be, there could be an issue and how that issue should be reported.
Okay, so let me start with the county as to why you want to do this.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. And our comments are summarized in the table that we submitted. I'll just review them orally for the record. The purpose here is to flag instances in which there's a potential for customers to migrate away from the CCA onto SOS in a short period of time. The way energy prices work and the way we've explained the CCA is going to procure energy, we're going to be procuring on a schedule essentially the same as SOS. And if you think about the concept of like a rising tide or a lowering tide, energy prices move in the market. And sometimes SOS prices may increase 20%, seasonally or from time to time. We would expect the CCA would also experience a comparable change up or down. When such a time happens, that energy prices across the market for SOS and the CCA increase by, let's say, 20% or 15%, our submitting a notice to the commission and others isn't really like news, because it's not, that occurrence won't trigger customers to leave the CCA because where they would go, SOS, experienced the same increase. So the information we'd be providing wouldn't really alert you to an actual risk of migration. The idea that this isn't a notice to customers, it's merely to the commission. We know that the press watches filings that come into the commission and may grasp onto this idea that Montgomery County filed a notice with the commission that its rates went up 15%. And they might fail to report that, oh, by the way, SOS prices also went up 15%, which is going to be the case. So for that reason, we believe that describing our price changes in comparison to an index is a much more useful information. And because if they all go up 15%, there's no notice being made, because there's nothing really to report.
So, OPC staff?
Mr. Hoppeck's going to answer this question for us.
Mr. Hoppeck.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So a couple points. So first of all, we think this requirement as proposed by staff is straightforward. It's simple. It's just relative to the change in the CCA price itself. And customers may very well react to an increase in the CCA price increase by switching, even though the SOS price may have risen over the same time. But also there's the complication of how you actually implement this, because there's the question of versus what SOS rate. So SOS rates presumably may be changing over this 90-day period. And so then what are you comparing it to? And, you know, as we'll likely get into later on in the discussion, there's a lack of clarity over how SOS is going to be procured potentially for Montgomery County customers. And so what applicable SOS rate to apply as a comparison may also be a challenge. So we think what we've proposed is very simple, it's very straightforward, it's very easy to determine, and it's a simple notification that will provide useful information to the Commission.
Mr. Chairman? I have a question.
Oh, Commissioner.
Yeah, for Montgomery County, you said you'd prefer an index. What index?
It would be the applicable SOS. So for those Montgomery County customers who live in Pepco versus PG&E versus Potomac Edison, it would be their SOS. So there are 3 SOSs for Montgomery County, depending on where you live. I'll note that the Potomac Edison SOS price increased 35% recently. I mean, these numbers do change.
So how would we write it? Would we basically say that it has to be a percentage greater than SOS, or how do you want to, how exactly do you want to write it?
That if the Montgomery County, if the CCA price increases more than 15% over the applicable SOS
the way
rate,
it's written here, okay.
over a 90-day period. So for example, if
okay, so that's your
Potomac
language.
Edison goes up 35% and ours goes up 35%, there's nothing to report.
Got it.
Yes, Commissioner Barbe, the green highlighted red
That's yours.
text is our suggestion.
Okay. It wasn't clear from my document here. Okay. I mean, I think that.
Commissioner Sussman.
Well, I know that we're focused on just 03. I have a lot of issues with this section.
Okay.
And the concern I have, I mean, it's 03 and it goes to other pieces of this, is I don't really know what things like cause of material migration, or there's in the next section, trigger detrimental, I mean, this is language that is it's really hard for me to sort of know. I mean, is it an obligation on the CCA to make decisions about what's material, what's detrimental? It just seems that it would be cleaner for me if you just get rid of A and then just tell them what they have to report. And we'd probably want to have a report every month, just kind of, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be somebody looking to say, how are you doing? How are you doing against SOS? I don't know, like, 10%, 15%, 20%. I mean, the numbers don't really, they don't really communicate anything. I mean, we're going to have people, I'm assuming, that are going to be sort of looking at this, and you're going to have people looking at this to see, how are you doing? How are you doing over 2 months, 3 months, 4 months? And if it shows that you continue month after month to do worse than SOS, well, we're going to want to have a conversation with you, and it may not result in any migration, because customers may just be fine about staying with Montgomery County anyway. So I just feel like this is that I'm not really understanding what your responsibility is. The numbers seem completely arbitrary. I think it would just be much cleaner to just have reporting every month. How are you doing? And maybe you can put something in there that says, over a several month period, if the numbers skew higher than SOS, maybe there could be you can maybe add something in there that asks you to explain in the report why you think this is happening. But I just feel like I feel like A is just I'm not really understanding how you can even respond to A, because I I mean, trying to figure out what is likely to cause a material migration. I don't even know what material migration means. I just feel like it's just not a practical requirement, and I think it should just be much simpler and cleaner.
Commissioner,
So,
Commissioner, there
sorry.
is a monthly reporting in .02 just above this. The data's different, but there is a monthly reporting requirement, so what you're suggesting could go in that section.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's on 2B, because if it's 2B, I have a lot of issues with that section
So-
too, but we'll get to that later.
So, Mr. Hoppick, go ahead.
Yeah, so, building off a little bit of what Judge Grace just said. So .02 enrollment monitoring is being told after the fact, what are the number of customers you have in each rate class, by electric service rate class and by service territory, and an analysis of moving back and forth. What 3A gets at is, the CCA knows far better than staff, other parties, what issues are forthcoming potentially. So, for example, if they know they have a major supplier that for whatever reason has told them they no longer are able to provide service after a certain date, things like that, this requires the county to, if in its opinion something is going to occur that could cause a material migration to SOS, to let the commission know. So, the monitoring 03 for B and C are after the fact monitoring. So this is related to, an increase in rates has occurred relative to rates in the past, potentially, depending on the commission's decision, relative to SOS rates as well. Whereas 3A requires, within 30 days of Montgomery County becoming aware of something, required to essentially inform the commission. So this uses the fact that, they're the ones operating the program. They know, the forthcoming issues. They can see things better down the road because they're the ones actually running the program, what the issues might be. And thus, hopefully with this, you would be made aware of something before it occurs, as opposed to reporting, data that has already happened.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question about this Section A. I mean, if we were to just get rid of it altogether, wouldn't that basically absolve Montgomery County and the CCA of reporting to the commission a potential problem? Well, I stumped him, didn't I?
There are other,
There's other reports.
Are there other reports?
right, so, I mean, you also have in 4 risk mitigation monitoring.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is, it is a little bit of a catch-all, I think. If the CCA determines that sufficient migration may occur that would trigger detrimental SOS procurement changes prior to or during the next procurement cycle, then the CCA's got to notify basically most folks.
Okay, thank you.
Right, that actually, I mean, there seems to be sort of too much, and I'm wondering if you could just take the 3 B and C and put them under 2. So, so as part of the monitoring, and so it could be enrollment and price monitoring. I mean, it could just be your report, your monthly report, sort of letting the commission know, these are the numbers that we have enrolled. This is how the program is doing, and then sort of relating to what Commissioner Barvey was just talking about, any sort of bad thing that could happen, as part of your risk mitigation monitoring. You're kind of letting, this could happen. We're about to lose our aggregation supplier, and this is what we're doing to fix it.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question for Montgomery County. I mean, do you consider the provision in A to be an onerous reporting requirement? Would you consider it to be that way?
Our preference throughout the work group process has been to limit the reporting to facts and things that are like objectively knowable, or at least relatively such. So, for example, monthly enrollment reports, results. If we knew clearly, if we knew that something unexpected was somehow threatening the viability of the CCA, certainly because this is a pilot, certainly that would be something that we would inform the commission about promptly. We've already established what we believe to be a very reasonable track record in communicating with the PIP work group, for example, our intentions with regarding beginning procurement, and so that we don't disrupt that process.
So a question for staff. I mean, this proposal you're making would require the county to kind of predict the future to a certain degree. I mean, if we're going to run into situations where, staff's going to think, you should have told us about this, and then we have to resolve disputes between staff and Montgomery County as to whether or not this rose to this level of the perceived, action that they would have been required to report, and maybe in their opinion it didn't quite get to that point.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the other way to look at this, I mean, in financial accounting, the requirement to look into the future a little bit exists, even though we don't have crystal balls. But I guess, and maybe staff can answer this for me, this language to me appears to be, to a very great extent, an opportunity to zing the county if there is a big problem that they failed to inform us of. I'm not against zinging the county in that instance, but that's the impression I get of this language.
Your Honor, I think the intent here is to establish the responsibility for the notification. I mean, certainly you could task the commission staff with monitoring this and doing all the reporting and keeping track. I mean, all the information aside from their internal procurement and things they might learn would be public information. If we saw prices move up, that's something that you could direct the commission staff to do. I think what we were suggesting is, in terms of what's the appropriate thing, this is a pilot, it's a program.
Right.
These regulations are not intended to penalize or zing. It's simply a direct response to the requirements in the law to have risk mitigation procedures in place to protect SOS. And we tried to devise sort of isolated functions we're looking for. So like an event that happened could be a default on a supplier, it could be a supply issue with PJM. We don't think we would know about that first. We think that their supplier and the CCA would know about that first, and that's the correct place to.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, again, as I'll say in financial accounting, if you believe you're going to lose a customer 3 months after the end of a reporting period, you're obligated to report that because that's a material change in situation that investors need to know about. Similarly, I think it's true that the county and the aggregator would the CCA would have a better idea of what's probably going to happen, and I want for them to feel that they ought to report that to us. For myself, Mr. Chairman, I think I agree with staff on the intent of Section A.
Can I just ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just for the county. So you are, at this point, at least in this section of 19.19, okay with the language, other than the language you'd like to add about the applicable SOS rate, just that comparison. Is that correct?
Well, this is language that we could live with.
You could live with that. That's what's important for. And so the work group, you went through a kind of a give and take process to come up with this language. Is that correct? I mean,
Very much a give and take process.
okay.
I mean, these are requirements that if we had to write a response, we could write a response. But we agree with Commissioner Barve's points about speculating, and whether we speculated properly or not, or to the right degree. And we also agree with Commissioner Suchman's points. One thought where, as we're sort of talking here, as this is unfolding, is we already have an annual requirement below in Section 6, which requires us to file a lot of very factual information that we will always have anyway, and which is important: rates, charges, and fees, renewable energy content, total enrollment, customer complaints, changes, anticipated changes in service offerings, summary of CCA procurement.
Okay.
Explanation. We could an explanation of anticipated changes in procurement. So G is kind of I think that sounds consistent with what Commissioner Barve was describing. One idea we might float is making 6, perhaps quarterly. So we'd file a relatively detailed quarterly report of primarily factual information, along with G, which is a little bit of a catch-all, but not too much of a gotcha in the event we miss something. Although obviously we would report everything in good faith, including in between the quarterly reports if something came up, and then we would just that would
So
allow us
really,
to get rid of the
we're
first couple
talking here
sections.
pretty much a rewrite of this section. Is that where is that where we're going? And again, to Judge Grace's, this went through a work group process, and I'm somewhat personally hesitant to start just rewriting all these sections, particularly if they've already gone through a work group process and we've largely achieved some consensus here.
That we agree with that also, and for that reason we certainly could live with it, but we also agree with the requirement that we have to report things which are likely, which is subjective, to cause immaterial with migration, which is also subjective. So there's like a double subjectivity in some of these requirements. So could we comply with it? We believe we could. We're going to operate in good faith, certainly. All else being equal, we believe that factual information is better.
Okay. Well, it was my hope that we were going to finish this today, and I
Ours
just
too.
question whether or not we're going to be able to, if we're going to do full rewrites of sections.
Understood.
So, Mr. Chair, I agree with Montgomery County on the having some kind of an index, and that's their green language.
I do too. I do as well, Mr. Chairman.
So, but I would just caution, if we're going to try to get this finished today, if we're going to start redoing the work group work, it's going to be very difficult. And then I don't know how we write this from the bench, other than getting at least some kind of guidance from all the parties. So anyway, that's my comment. I would like to finish today and stick to what we have, with the exception I would add Montgomery County
Right.
changes.
I agree that I'd like to finish today. I could just tell you, sort of looking ahead, this was the section that gave me the most heartburn, because it just feels overly broad. I mean, and I know we're not here, but under 2B, the county has to identify patterns to determine if there's a trend. So those are like 3 different exercises of crystal ball that I'm not sure that they can do effectively. And then you go back to the catch-all annual reporting, which has a whole bunch of that already there. I think it's important to get this done, but I think it's important to get it right. And I'm just not comfortable with how this is I mean, this is sort of me going back to my drafting days, but I'm just not comfortable with how it's drafted, and I don't think it would be, I don't know that it would be a particularly onerous process to clean it up a little. And I think a lot of it would be in here. It just would be in here, cleaner and easier to understand.
Just so I understand your position, are you uncomfortable with this proposed language that was agreed to by the work group regarding them adding this percentage? And then I guess the alternative, though, and this would be for staff, this offer that was just made about changing the annual report, turning it into a quarterly report and including all that, does that take care of your concerns about getting informed, I guess, on a regular basis about what's going on?
It's hard to understand without knowing how the way the procurement's going to occur, but I think all of these are intended to give sort of a early warning if migration is occurring for reasons that are hard to contemplate right now. So if we change any of these cycles,
Well, and I agree with you that is, and that's part of the purpose of a pilot. I'm mostly thinking, are we going to get the information that we need in the time that we need, in the manner in which we need? When you've got the monthly thing, you've got the annual thing, you've got we're going to tell you some things, but they're not going to be in the monthly thing or the annual thing. I'm worried we're going to get a lot of different pieces of information, and I'm not sure that that we're going to find it useful in the manner in which it's being presented. Especially if you've got things like, what if it increased by 14% instead of 15%, but that 14% was significant. You see what I'm saying? I'm a little concerned that we're not getting the right information, the information we need, and in the right way.
Mr. Chair, maybe this is something they can do as homework over lunch or something, just because I hear Montgomery County, if we can make this easier, less onerous in reporting, I'm all for it.
Yep.
But what I'm looking at here is consensus language that has gone through a full work group process. The work group has considered all the different aspects of mitigation, and that's what this is about. It's just mitigating. It's the alerts that something may be going awry. So, this is what's come from the work group. I'm prepared to accept it with the edits that Montgomery County provided about having the index. But again, I just think we need to have at least some kind of a process where the parties can get together then if we're going to rewrite this section, and not just try to do it here from the bench.
So
Mr. Chairman, let me just say one quick thing before, pardon me for interrupting you. In section 6, it says, G, explanation of anticipated changes in CCA procurement over the next 12 months. And that sort of gets at the language in event monitoring A. It sort of gets at that. But in the course of answering the G reporting requirement of explanation of anticipated changes in the CCA, you more or less have to think about the possibility of alerting the commission to some potentially problematic event. And so I don't, maybe I'm wrong about this because I'm not a person who's ever reported, to any government agency anything, but, it seems to me that in the process of answering G, you're going to get the answer for, the whole, possible, problem that could create a possibility of a problem. And so I personally don't have a problem with the way it's written, except that I do agree with the county on the 15% over SOS.
So thank you, Commissioner Barvey. We agree. We share all the concerns that each of the commissioners and chair have expressed on this chapter. I mean, literally every single one. We've identified these individual phrases, these words, as being problematic and subjective. They're open to our interpretation. They're then open to the staff's interpretation, the commission's interpretation, like divining the trends, whether a trend is established. Highly subjective with relatively small numbers usually.
Well, can't you see this require? Pardon me for interrupting you, but I mean, can't you also see the language in Part A as being a little bit of a safe harbor? You're informing us. You don't think it's going to be a problem, but you ought to be aware of this, and as a consequence of having done that, the county can't be criticized.
Well, perhaps.
Well, it can't be criticized for withholding information.
Right,
That's for
true.
sure.
So
Yeah.
So here's what we would suggest. If we keep O1, that sets the purpose as being to mitigate risks to SOS from migration. So with that as the context, to the extent Section 6 essentially includes like everything in 2 through 5, and maybe we can go back, people can think about this after lunch. But just in the interest of simplified reporting, known dates, we could go to, bi-monthly, for example. So, every 8 weeks, essentially, you're going to get a report of all the information in 06, including G, which is the catch-all, the context of which is defined by O1.
Okay, let me just hear from Mr. Trout, who doesn't necessarily have a dog in this fight, but.
So actually, I do, and that's the third of the 3 points that I wanted to make very briefly, Mr. Chair. First is this entire discussion has been an excellent illustration of why the work group's endeavors have been so difficult, because you have very good ideas and very good intentions, and there's just so much tension between them, and trying to strike the right balance has been very difficult, and you've seen it on the bench here today. My second point is that I default to Commissioner Suchman's position almost every time, which is simpler is better. And in that regard, I don't have a dog in this fight. So as much or as little as you can simplify this, or if you decide you don't want to try to simplify it at all, that's fine. But I just wanted to express that from a general rule writing and implementation perspective, I've always defaulted to simpler is better, and I think that's the better policy. But here's my third point, and here's the dog in the fight. We've talked a lot about getting information to the staff, to the commission, to the Office of People's Counsel about things that may be happening in the future. We haven't talked about something that is required in this language, which is giving the information contemporaneously to the utilities, and that's written in there. And that's the utilities' dog in this fight, because here's the problem, the single biggest problem that this whole set of rules was written to address, which is that if load is suddenly going to shift back to SOS, we have to go out and procure power for those customers. And the more warning we have that is going to occur, or even just may occur, the more time we have to come up with an alternative source of power to just buying it on the spot market. I've been involved in SOS since its creation in 2001. And with respect especially to residential customers, it has been our objective from day one to avoid a scenario where we would be serving residential customers off the spot market, because of all of the risk and volatility associated with that. And so and we have seen in other states situations where load has, to use a deliberately pejorative term, been dumped back on the utilities as the providers of last resort when a CCA ceases to function temporarily or otherwise. And so the more warning that all of us, but including the utilities, because the utilities are the ones that have the obligation to go out and get the load, the more warning we have that we may have to buy a big chunk of load, the more we can craft a mechanism for doing that that isn't just go out and buy it on the spot and the customers pay through the nose. So that's our dog in this fight.
All right, so one of the big concerns, I guess it's the elephant in the room, is the point that Mr. Trout just made, which is, if something catastrophic happens and things go south, how do we handle the situation of people moving from the CCA hypothetically back to SOS? And, in the real life scenarios that, are not beyond the realm of possibilities are Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, the polar vortex a few years later. So, Mother Nature has a way of making this more complicated. So I guess, we do need to be comfortable that should something happen, that causes some significant impact to the CCA's ability to continue to provide service, that we don't have this situation of a whole bunch of customers showing up at, PE's doorstep or Pepco's doorstep now needing service, and we're required to provide that. So I guess we need to explore what's the mechanism to make sure that everybody who's going to have to react to those situations is going to be in a position to be able to react.
So we have,
And I guess I noticed one of your colleagues is
Yeah.
so either one of you wants to go first or second's fine with me.
If I could just make Stan Edwards with Montgomery County. If I could just make a statement about your scenario about things going south. I just want to emphasize that nobody has a greater interest in avoiding things going south than Montgomery County.
I understand.
So if we could, in the context of thinking about what the reporting is, keep that in mind, that we want to know everything that's going on with the program, what the risks are, and we're happy to report that to anybody and everybody. It's not in our interest to hide. We're not trying to do that. We want every piece of data to be out there. So that, to me, is the philosophy we should keep in mind as we do this. And so we're just trying to avoid having to try to speculate on things we don't know about. We want to provide facts and give information that helps all of us avoid that catastrophic situation.
Okay.
So perhaps would, if we kept section 4, would address the points that Mr. Edwards and Chair Hoover described as being important, and also Mr. Trout, risk mitigation. 4 unchanged would address those issues spot on. 2 and 3, getting rid of 2 and 3 would remove the subjective speculation, and 6 on a bi-monthly basis would provide a wide range of objective information along with changes in procurement. So I guess that's the new proposal is we keep 4, we keep 6, make it bi-monthly, get rid of 2 and 3.
Well, except you're still going to have to, as Mr. Trout indicated, he needs to know.
Yep.
So
That'd be 4.
That would be 4?
Yep.
All right, so let me do this, because I don't want to put staff and OPC on the spot of trying to, agree with something on the fly. So here's the suggestion. It is 11:45. We could stop now, break for lunch, allow all of you to sort of get together and maybe craft something that works for your purposes, and then when we come back at, say, 1:15, decide it then. Is that a possibility?
Well, 5 is a pretty quick one. We could at least knock that one out, maybe? No.
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 Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Although, can I give you, so I can give you a heads up on my concern. So under 5, if you can put the measures in, that would, and we talked about this the last time. So I'm still concerned about price volatility for CCA customers and customers that are sort of leaving the system, and that'll be in a different place. But to the extent that you have, if you can include some measures that will give them comfort, so that they know that there are protections in place, that if, as you're going back to sort of make the changes, that's actually, that was my biggest, my other issue. So if you can somehow include in A and B, measures that can mitigate risk, that would be great.
So the way, I'm not sure well, I mean, the way we intend to comply with A is to utilize the procurement schedule that we've discussed, several times, which would be to buy on essentially the same schedule as SOS. So that's how we will be complying with A. That will be the answer. The way we will mitigate price volatility is by buying every 6 months.
Okay, so is there,
Roughly.
do you anticipate that there's a possibility that you won't be able to buy like SOS is buying?
No.
No.
No. I mean, we're going to describe that in the plan. The commission they'll be open to comment. The commission will review it, make changes, approve it, once all the language is finalized, and that will be the procurement plan.
So what are your measures going to be then?
The procurement process, the way we procure. We're going to describe how we're going to procure on essentially
No, but the
same
language
schedule.
says the CCA shall employ reasonable measures to mitigate price volatility.
Right, we're going to buy on roughly 25% every 6 months, just like SOS, roughly.
But that's what you're doing now. That's what you would, so what would be I mean, this suggests that there are going to be measures other than what you're employing.
Those are the measures. I mean, that's the problem with this. I mean, that will be our response. We've talked about how we're going to respond to each of these provisions. That's our expected response.
Okay, so then, can you, then if you can put in language that's something like, in the plan, the CCA shall employ, because otherwise I don't know what that, because I read this to suggest that if there's a price volatility, you're going to do something to address the price volatility. And the point is that you're going to address the price volatility in the plan.
In the plan.
So
yeah.
can you put that in this so that's clear? Because it's not clear to me.
Okay.
Was number 5 one of the sections you were proposing to eliminate? I'm just, you ran through several. I just was.
Right. Well, I mean, yes, because I mean, it's going to be. That's what we're going to do. So if someone that's.
Okay.
We're going to describe how we're going to purchase.
Okay.
Well, can you
So
put that?
You're going to get together with everybody and come back with a proposal. Is that per Chair Hoover's recommendation?
Well, I mean, we certainly can. I mean, 5. We've described the answer to 5. It's going to be how our procurement is going to be our price volatility mitigation, and the way in which we select an aggregation supplier is how we're going to mitigate the risk in B.
Right. So can you put this language in the aggregation plan
But
language?
these are already in the aggregation. These are already essentially in the aggregation plan.
So this is redundant.
We believe so.
Okay, then it needs to go.
Yeah.
I think, because otherwise it was confusing to me why it's here. So I read this to suggest that you were going to use measures other than what was in the aggregation plan.
No,
Okay, then I think it needs to go.
we agree.
Yeah, and I would agree that simpler is better. If
Thank
that's
you.
something you can all come up with, I was just wanted to be careful that we're not trying to rewrite things on the fly here.
We share the concern. We want to
I
finish
agree
this
with
today
Mr.
also.
Kraut, yeah.
Absolutely.
Simpler is better.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, we will adjourn, come back at 10 of 1 and 12:50. And if folks can, get together and work something out on this, all the better. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to mute. Thank you.
Back on the record, so I take it the parties got together and came up with something related to the issue we discussed prior to lunch. Is that correct?
We did. I've distributed copies, and there's extra copies on the chair by the door for anyone who's walking in late. We deleted sections 2 and 3. We created a new 2. There will have to be renumbering happening. It's not
Sure.
beautiful. We created a new 2, which kind of looks like what's at the bottom, but it's going to be a monthly reporting requirement. It combines what was in the first 2 sections. A and B were descriptors that were in the original 2. And then C through I are mirror what was in the original 6. The 6 is remaining because that's information that the community choice aggregator is going to be giving to the work group to provide its annual reporting as required by statute. And then we added to the risk mitigation monitoring a time frame as soon as practicable, but in no circumstances more than 30 days after the CCA becomes aware of the information requiring notification under this regulation. And then the issue with the risk mitigation that was brought up by Commissioner Bosman is we noted in the comments there.
Barbie.
Barbe
What?
rhymes with goy bay.
I think it.
Suchman.
Suchman, sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'm still invisible.
No, I apologize. I have two computers working and.
No, we're good, so.
Sorry, I combined you two. All of your comments. In .05 risk mitigation, I'm so sorry. We noted in comment A4 and A5 there, where Montgomery County believes these are covered in the section under 11 aggregation plan. The A is covered under .11.02 B8G, exactly. And then .11.02 B8B, Montgomery County believes that's covered. Staff was not willing to agree to eliminate .05 risk mitigation and may want to address the commission on that. So I provided everyone with a copy of what we came up with over break.
Which is what, are we back on the record?
We are.
All right, so can you repeat what staff?
On .05?
.05.
Okay, .05, A is covered in the section for aggregation plan exactly. It's the exact same verbiage. 1102 B8G, which says measures to mitigate price volatility for customers. So that's covered exactly under the aggregation plan.
Right.
Montgomery County feels that B, .05 risk mitigation B is covered under .11, .02 B8B, also in the aggregation plan statute where it says a description of the purchasing plan designed to save ratepayer money, including, skipping over something, supplier evaluation criteria, including price, performance capabilities, creditworthiness, and operational capabilities. So Montgomery County believes that B is covered by that portion of the aggregation plan requirements. Staff, however, felt that .05 risk mitigation needed to remain, and the commission would like to address the commission on that issue.
Okay, so I guess before we get to that, any questions on the new language under O2?
I just have a technical question. Oh, under O2?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, all right. All right, so why don't we do with your technical question?
Yeah, in .06, you knocked out A and named it B, and knocked out B and named it C. Is there an A section that I'm not reading?
That was an automatic thing that happened, and I'm not sure why it happened, but I'm going to have to go through and renumber and
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
It was not intentional, I apologize.
No, I understand, so, yeah. All right, so I guess we'll turn to staff. Unless does Montgomery County, all right, you're good, so, okay.
Yep.
All right, so we'll turn to staff, and it's gonna be Bill, or?
I will actually ask Mr. Hoppick to drop in if I miss any of the points that we have here. But just generally, this section on risk mitigation is, I think there were some concerns raised because it doesn't specify anything in particular as to the means by which we'd assure price volatility or prevent an aggregation supplier or another supplier from failing to deliver. So that I think I may try to address that second. But first, this language is intended to meet the requirement in the legislation to put in these regulations some means to protect customers from, migration and from other issues, related to putting customers back on SOS if they were to leave, especially in an unplanned manner. So, the means by which one thinks of that happening as well, if customers are suddenly exposed to prices that move around, either go up suddenly or just, are varying on a monthly basis. We don't have a lot in these regulations that sort of confine the CCA's purchasing, approaches or their procurement. And there's not a lot that it also addresses how they would go about securing their contracts, either with, against counterparty risk or with some sort of collateral or other measures. So without knowing those specifically, this is all we have in there that places a clear responsibility on the CCA to make sure that this is an element of their procurement and of the way their price structure works. We have not, and I'll just wrap it up, the filing requirements in Chapter 11 are just that. They are filing requirements. They tell the CCA these are the things that you must include within your aggregation plan. This is different in that it places the specific responsibility to manage these things on the CCA. So by removing it and saying, well, we'll just allow it to be addressed in the aggregation plan, that's sort of, I think, allows some flexibility that doesn't give us any clear idea of what the responsibility is. Now, you will approve the aggregation plan as part of establishing the CCA, but this is one of those elements that could be changed afterward without the commission having to approve it based on where things were established in the last rulemaking session. So I think our concern is there should be something in there that indicates to the CCA this is their responsibility. If we had a way to establish you're going to use this method, this method, you're going to establish, a set of requirements for your counterparties to, avoid any type of situation where they could default, or at least to establish what is the consequences and allow for, some means to prevent costs from then being placed on other customers, we would have done that. But this is the bare minimum that we can do to meet the requirements of the law and make it establish the responsibility.
Mr. Chair. Yeah,
go ahead and
I completely agree with you. And that was, but the concern I had before was that I found its placement here confusing. But I've been troubled all along by the lack of specificity in terms of the measures that will be in place to protect customers. I mean, you could change the language to say that in exercising its responsibilities under the language, the CCA shall. So the problem is if they employ reasonable measures, but then it's the reasonable measures that are contained in the aggregation plan. And is that, I mean, do we want them to do more? Because that was the question I had with the language as it was presented here, its placement. This suggested to me that there were going to be additional measures other than the measures in the plan. And that's when I wanted the identification of the measures, but then I was told that the measures were going to be the measures in the plan. So, but I completely agree with you and I'm still troubled that I still don't feel like I have sufficient language in here that assigns responsibility, specific responsibility to you to take. And I know that you're in the business of taking care of the customers. I understand that, but I'd like to have something in somewhere. Could be here or someplace else. But I completely agree with you. It's just that I was concerned about the lack of clarity in its placement here and what we're talking about in terms of measures.
So let me hear from the county on this.
Okay.
So I understand what Commissioner Suchman is saying, but here's what we've been trying to express, and maybe we're not doing that sufficiently. in the aggregation plan, these things are going to be spelled out. If they are not spelled out to the commission's satisfaction, then the commission won't approve the aggregation plan and we don't go forward. So that's why when Mr. Krautheimer is saying, you know, this is going to be spelled out in the aggregation plan, that's where that's coming from. And that's the commission's opportunity to say, that sounds like it's going to be satisfactory, or we think there needs to be more, and then we go from there.
Okay, so okay, so I think it's the word reasonable. I think that's the thing that kind of got me, because, I mean, you're going to have measures, and I mean, I'm assuming all of them are reasonable. So if it said something like the CCA shall employ the measures contained in the plan to well, I don't know, address, how about mitigate, how about address any price volatility? Because then it goes back to the plan, and then I understand, and I don't know that it answers staff's concern about having enough, but maybe there just needs to be a little bit more language in the aggregation plan section to give staff and maybe me comfort that there's enough there. But if you get rid of reasonable, then it makes, at least it makes more sense to me.
So reference in 5A and B, reference back to the aggregation plan?
Well, because that's what you're talking about.
Sure, fine.
Get rid of the words reasonable, and it's the measures that are in the aggregation plan.
Yeah.
We can agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess from my standpoint, I was thinking that, you know, this is an obligation on you that you say you're going to do anyway.
Yes.
And so if we actually tie it specifically to the plan, then it's not like a separate reporting requirement. It's not, and getting back to some of the earlier discussion about, you know, separate notice and things like that, you can respond to this in the context of the plan, but at least we're on record that, you know, you should be doing these things, and you're fine with doing it. And I take it staff and OPC can live with that. So now, the other question I got on the original language under O2, the other parties in the room, or I take it, are also okay with this. So I don't see anybody charging to the podium, so I assume so. Okay, well, good, thank you. So I guess we will make the
So
change.
just to be clear, so you're okay with leaving 5 in with the different language?
Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
With
the
new
change
language.
we're making, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well,
Referring back to the plan.
For the record, I agree with the county. I think this is completely redundant language, and but if a simple point back will make everybody happy, then great.
Yeah, all right, so we will adopt the new suggested compromise language on O2, and then the slate changes we made in O5.
Did the last, there was a change in O2 that didn't appear to make it into this version, and had to do with the frequency of the reporting. So I think we've established that we are reporting on the second, we are reporting on data on a calendar monthly basis. But and I think Mr. McGee had this suggestion, so maybe he's better to clarify. Was it in this section that we were going to indicate that the monthly report would occur actually on a monthly basis? He had some concerns that there would be potential to comply with this regulation and have a 6-month delay.
Well, we talked about that, and we talked about that it would begin with the data for the second month after the start of the transition of accounts to CCA service, and we added on a calendar monthly basis. So this was the language that we came up with at the end of the lunch break. If there's a suggested change, then that would be new.
I had thought I had heard that there was an additional change, but it was Mr. McGee's suggestion. If he's not raising it now, I guess we're good.
Okay, well, wait a minute, so,
Grace, at the end of H, I think you need an and.
actually,
After Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, James McGee representing Prince George's County. The point that Mr. Vanderheyden's talking about is just when the reporting would start. So I think we established what period it's going to cover and how frequent, but there's no technical time frame as to when it may start. That the county indicated that they'll make their good faith best effort to start it, but there's no threshold point at which the first report begins. So that was what I was raising earlier.
The second month.
Yeah, but we could file it in.
So do we need some trigger language, I guess, for want of a better word? So.
I mean, whatever the commission wants to put in there, I suspect with timing, I mean, is there language for, I mean, we're fine with this language. If a proposed change is made, we're not resistant to it.
I think that the struggle we had with this over lunch was that, here 2 years out, the county doesn't know if it's going to take them 3 days after the close of the month, 5 days, 15 days, and we just didn't come
All
up
right,
with.
Clearly,
So-
we're going to make a good faith effort to file monthly reports.
No,
in
I
a timely
understand.
manner.
So, what about this suggestion? And what if, when the county files the plan, it includes in there a trigger date for these reports?
Or some additional verbiage that would further describe the plan. Yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Does that work for everybody? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've finished with item 9 on the commission's agenda. Item 10 moves us to chapter 5, and it may happen that item 10 and then the next item might be blurred a little bit because the comments are a little bit blurred together. But item number 10 is just the price to compare. Let me make this a little bigger. So, in the comments, there are some comments on utility coordinated billing, which is a blend of Chapter 5 and Chapter 14. But the issue under price to compare is just under .05, .03, A and B, where on it's what should be the reference on bills as the price to compare, based on what the utility normally does, or based on, if it should be SOS or should be some other price. And so I'll let the parties state their positions on that.
Okay.
Montgomery County is good with the consensus language in 03. We believe that the SOS rate should be the price to compare. That's been the sort of cornerstone of, competitive markets for 20 years. It would seem just disruptive and confusing and inconsistent to suddenly start using a different number. And it actually is the price to compare because it still will be the provider of last resort.
So, someone from staff want to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The concern we had and I think we're looking for this additional language that would allow some flexibility there. It's not clear that the price to compare will be a stable fixed number. It really depends on the means by which the utility would have to acquire the remaining SOS load in Montgomery County. So I think we would agree if SOS were a fixed rate, then it's probably fine to continue to use that as the comparison. But it's entirely possible that the fixed rate might actually be the CCA's rate for those customers. So it may be very difficult for a customer to look at the SOS rate if it is in fact we get to the point where it's necessary to use sort of, I wouldn't say hourly pricing or market-based rates that vary on a monthly basis, but if the utility is having to do procurements in a way that's not in the same sort of fixed rate approach that's been used in the past, it might not be appropriate. So that's why we suggested it might be necessary to reconsider that once we finally understand how the SOS procurement for Montgomery County, that is the remaining customers that opt out of the CCA and stay on SOS. Should that SOS rate be something that varies, it may be necessary to use something else, and the other alternative would probably be the CCA's rate. So that's why we're suggesting that we allow that here as something that the commission could respond to and order directly, because it may be different in PEPCO than it is in BG&E or in Potomac Edison.
So, Mr. Fields, not to put you on the spot, but these are basically your clients, so, I mean, what do you think is going to be aiding them in making this decision?
Well, I mean, I think the SOS rate, we're comfortable with what's here. It's not clear at this point what the SOS necessarily will look like, and that could be a challenge in terms of getting it reflected on the billing, but I mean, that's going to have to be dealt with so that we're giving customers accurate, information about their options. But we think that the SOS rate is the right one to use.
Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, a brief point of clarification. As we were thinking about this language, sort of one sort of threshold, decision, I think, is the SOS rate, or is the price to compare rate provided to CCA customers going to be the same as the price to compare rate would be provided to a shopping customer in Montgomery County that's not part of the CCA? And I think my understanding from staff is that it would be the same, but I wanted to clarify that to see if we're misunderstanding anything there.
Montgomery County believes it would be that there is only one SOS price for each utility service territory. So yes, it would be the number that appears on everybody's bill, whether you're shopping with a retail supplier with a CCA. It is the only number. It is the cornerstone, not to use the word again, but that's the price. That's the number. That's the only number that customers have to compare on a stable basis from an entity that has a legal obligation to serve. Now, I'd also add that it would be hard to overstate the importance to Montgomery County and to the functioning of a CCA, a long-term, reliable, stable benchmark. It is of the utmost importance to the CCA that the SOS price remain consistent with what customers have experienced over 20 years. The Commission will be hearing in a separate proceeding discussions about the PIP and the procurement process and how SOS is procured between the counties. That's a subject for a different day. Suffice it to say, though, that Montgomery County has a very strong interest in a stable SOS price. And so having the SOS be the price to compare is fully consistent with that.
Mr. Trout.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. Potomac Edison supports the language as it was originally written. However, Potomac Edison also has no objection to the addition that staff wants to make for the reasons that staff and others have articulated. So we can do it either way.
So, well, let me ask you this, though. Do you think if we want to look at some alternative language, do we actually have to specify it in these regulations, or could we just do that when the time comes?
If the regulations say that the price to compare will be SOS full stop,
Okay.
you have the right at any time to alter that, but you would need to go through a rulemaking. You could do that on an expedited basis. But yes, if it's hardwired into the regs, then in order to deviate from it, you would need to change the regs. Staff's proposal gives you the flexibility to do that without a reg change. That's its primary virtue.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Commissioner Sussman.
Yeah, and that's actually what I understand. I mean, this is a pilot program, and I understand the need for consistency over a period of time. But it's only going to kick in when we have some kind of proceeding where something's not right. I mean, if we go like full time of use starting at the end of this year and everybody signs up, and then the question is and there's nobody under SOS anymore, then the SOS rate wouldn't be the right vehicle for making comparisons. And so I think, I mean, having this language in is really just sort of a way of giving us the ability to step in if there's something. I mean, it's just hard for me to imagine that we're going to do something that's going to upend the pilot after we're spending so much time trying to get this thing in place, unless something happens. And you have a lot of those something happens in the regulation. So, you know, alerting us if something's going on with the aggregation supplier. I think on some level, this just would give the parties here some comfort that if something has changed over the next couple of years and SOS ends up not being the right measure, the right benchmark, it just gives us the flexibility to make changes, because that's something that Montgomery County may want also.
Any thoughts by anybody else?
Can I just ask Montgomery County just quickly? It does seem, you know, for the most part, we're pointing to SOS specifically, but kind of keeping a little bit of wiggle room.
We can agree to that.
Okay, so you're fine with the staff language, and
With
I mean,
unless otherwise directed by the commission?
yeah.
Right, sure.
Yes.
Okay, so we're
All right. Okay, so, all right, well, that will adopt staff's language to give us flexibility, so.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the utility consolidated billing issue. Is whether or not non-commodity services are allowed to be bundled. Montgomery County believes that under, we're going to be in chapter 14. Um, 14.02 and 14.04. The chapter we were just in, .05, is also has some comments, but it's a kind of ancillary bill messaging issue, so we'll start with 14. The issue is that Montgomery County and some other parties believe that bundling of non-commodity services is allowed under this statute, kind of as a carve-out, under 7.510.3J1.
So, run that number by me again.
7-510.3 J1.
This is a community choice aggregator may not assess, that's the section
On
J1?
yes.
Okay.
So, why don't we start with the county?
Our position, this provision is sort of inextricably linked to another set of provisions in Chapter 14, which is important to note. Basically, looking at the language of this provision, though, our only request is that we have the the option to identify them separately.
We're in 14.
Oh, 14.
14.04.
Oh, we're in 14. I was in 5. See, inextricably linked. That's how tight they are. Okay. Okay. Well, then, so we just well, cutting to the chase, we want to delete all the provisions of 14.4a. So, the threshold issue that we're looking at here is how costs, which are explicitly authorized by the statute, are billed. Okay, so the statute lists what we can charge as being electricity supply and electricity supply service, promoting the use of renewable energy, providing and promoting certain energy efficiency programs, and providing and promoting energy efficiency programs supplemental to utility programs. These are like core functions of the CCA. These are in large part like why the CCA is being created to begin with. And the current dispute here is whether the renewable energy and energy efficiency related charges can be blended into the commodity price or listed separately, and also whether the utilities will purchase these charges under purchase of receivables. You know, the CCA price and what is included in the price is within the county's jurisdiction. It's been discussed, you know, multiple times in other provisions. And SOS, of course, remains another option for customers should Montgomery County overreach in the CCA. So there's natural limitations on what we can include in this price, separate and apart from what's statutorily limited. For that reason, as with other energy options, we should have the ability to blend these other statutorily authorized features into the commodity price so that the customer just sees one price, which ultimately is all that they really want. They want to know how much they're paying per kilowatt hour. I mean, that's the summary. You know, we're not going to be offering on-bill financing. We're not going to be offering imposing charges which expose the utilities to, you know, undue risk. Nothing is going to be included in these prices other than what's specifically authorized by law. Also, they're going to be equitably applied across the entire rate base. This is not going to be like in customer-specific charges that are that cause that customer's risk to be different from anyone else's, and that's an important distinction to note because that's another predicate under purchase of receivables, the shared risk concept that everybody you know, is relatively similarly situated. So with that, you know, we have our recommendations for the two different provisions, and I will stop and we're open to any questions.
So let me turn to Pepco, I guess, first. So.
Sure, and I'm inviting my utility colleagues to pull me down if I'm saying anything that does not comport with them. But in general, I'm Taylor Beckham for Pepco. But the utilities' position on this is that the language included in the regulation should remain. Firstly, the statute doesn't direct the utilities to purchase the receivables of non-commodity costs. The statute authorizes the CCA to assess the fees as listed, and the utilities don't have any issue with the fact that that's what the statute authorizes. The statute, though, does not direct the utilities to have to bundle the non-commodity charges with the commodity charges, nor does the statute direct the utilities to purchase the receivables, and that's really the key here. The Commission has approved tariffs that do not authorize the utilities to purchase non-commodity costs, and the particular items listed in the statute are non-commodity costs. I don't think that anyone disputes that. So that's the utilities position and why we support this language here in 04A in terms of a separate bill.
Okay, so turn to OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. We agree with Montgomery County on this issue. The statute, clearly allows the CCA to incorporate these charges into these cost items into their rates. If they go overboard with one of those and that raises their rates, then that's an issue that Montgomery County is going to have to deal with. Politically, in terms of people switching, that'll be their issue. And as far as I'm aware, when a retail supplier provides a rate to the utility, like here, my rate's 11 cents. That might include costs of promoting renewable energy, or it might include some costs related to some energy saving measure that's incorporated in the offer, and that gets billed as one number and it goes through POR. So, I mean, this would be the same. As far as I'm aware, this would be the same treatment as what happens with retail suppliers, and we don't see a reason to create an onerous and maybe unworkable situation for the CCA in trying to, carry out what was obviously the legislature's intention here. Thank you.
And staff.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, the staff agrees with the county that they may incorporate within their rates the three elements of supply, energy efficiency, and the promotion of energy efficiency. I think where we differ from the county and are in agreement with the utilities is that if they do not bundle those within the rates themselves and then they bill them separately, the utilities are not able to purchase that receivable because it's not a commodity. And we think the sort of only technical means by which to allow them to bill a customer, allow the CCA to bill the customers, is if they do incorporate those not incorporate them within the rate itself, but actually have a separate rate that needs to be billed on it separately. So it's likely that they will simply incorporate them, I think, from what we've heard thus far. And so there'll be a rate for energy that may have an element of it that is not just the supply component, but might be promotional of a energy efficiency program. So we're in agreement with that. That is fine, and that will be sort of technically feasible to bill without sort of incurring a problem associated with purchase of receivables. But if those are billed distinctly from the commodity so that it's separated, that's why we need the 04A, and we recommend that being retained.
And just to clarify, the utilities are opposed to bundling the charges. I mean, of course, if we do separate billing, we're not opposed to that, but and of course we don't want to purchase the receivables of those separate bills, but we would also not agree with bundling the charges because, again, you're including a non-commodity cost within a supply rate. And the overall policy point here is we don't want to subject customers to potential termination for non-energy related costs, and that's what the issue with bundling creates.
I think we need to take a step back and think about the purpose of the CCA. And the General Assembly included a small number of very well-defined features that the CCA can offer. These are core to what Montgomery County is looking to do. It's hard to conclude that the General Assembly anticipated that these charges, which are so central to the county achieving its goals, should somehow be separated from the energy. I mean, that's why we're performing this function of delivering energy to customers, is to make it a little bit different than other energy, to include this very narrow set of capabilities and benefits that are defined and included to achieve our goals. Without that ability to blend those prices into the energy, it causes confusion and is inconsistent with the goals of the General Assembly and the county.
Well, actually, go ahead, Commissioner Richard.
It'll be very quick. I agree with the county and with OPC.
Just a very quick question. Do you anticipate a situation where you would ever submit a separate bill for any of the listed charges that are you're allowed to recover, renewables, energy efficiency?
That's the whole idea. There will not be a separate bill. They will be.
Well, no. So I'm just wondering if we have to include a fix suggested by staff. If you don't anticipate that there's ever going to be, I can't imagine a situation where you'd want to do a separate bill. I'm sort of inclined to, I agree with you also, but I mean, if there's a situation where there is a separate bill, then we're, I would be inclined to include staff's recommendation.
Which
Recommended language.
recommendation, just so we're all clear,
Well-
Commissioner Fletchman, which recommendation specifically you're talking about?
Right, so this is, is it up there? I can't even, I'm sort of losing track. So, staff, do you want to,
04A is the requirement to bill separately if charges related to energy efficiency or renewable is not bundled.
it's not bundled?
So,
So if it's not bundled, it would be a separate charge, and if there's a separate charge, then it would be a separate charge anyway. I guess I'm just wondering if we're chasing our tails on this one.
I think we might be.
Okay.
So, in chapter 14, 2A, sorry, 2, just under 2, I guess it's not
Two,
really
yeah, just
part of
two,
anything.
yeah. Mhm.
A CCA or its designated may not assess any fee, tax, or other charges bundled into the aggregation charges or rates. That isn't related
so-
to.
Right, so
Okay, so if it's bundled
Yeah.
into, it can be a combined bill under 4A.
Right.
And that's what the utilities are not okay with.
Right. No, I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to understand if there's ever going to be a situation where you're going to separately bill for any of the items under 2, and the answer is no. So I'm thinking that maybe that this is something we don't have to address. Do you see where I'm going on this?
I think we tried to build it so it covered a situation
Yeah.
where if they did,
To like,
we
to the
would
extent,
have
right.
how
Right,
we
but
feel
I
with it.
think we're okay
Can't
with.
say shall. So let's say may.
Mr. Trout.
That's,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Might keep on wrong
yeah.
side.
First of all, I agree with everything that Mr. Vanderheyden and Ms. Beckham have said, and that's Potomac Edison's position as well. I have an additional concern here, and it relates to the topic of bundling. Generally, there was a lot of debate, and Commissioner Richard will remember this, in the SCB proceeding about what you can and what you can't bundle, and whether stuff was already being bundled unbeknownst to the utility that we shouldn't be purchasing the receivables of, and so why are we worried about bundling? And if the commission, and so I remain very concerned about what gets bundled and what doesn't. Because I'm looking not just at what the CCA does, but also at what the retail suppliers do. And if the commission here says, in effect, that the CCA is in a different place with respect to bundling than other retail suppliers because of those 3 specific carve-outs in the statute, then my concern is lessened because, of course, those three specific statutory carve-outs do not exist for the retail suppliers. So I don't have to worry about them coming in next week and saying, you're letting the CCA bundle this stuff, you should let us bundle it too. And your response to that would presumably be, we're letting the CCA bundle it because the statute creates an exception. I remain very concerned about what gets bundled. I agree with Ms. Beckham. I agree with Mr. Vanderhayden. I think the solution that they have proposed is the better one, but as we've discussed already today, we have a lot of competing objectives and a lot of competing goods, and you have to balance the different competing goods. For me, the most important thing would be for you to clearly articulate that if you were to allow this kind of bundling, it's restricted to the three specific carve-outs that are in the statute, which is all I understand the county has ever asked for. So they're not asking for anything more. And it's based on that statutory distinction. Now, you may then get the retail suppliers arguing that they're put at a disadvantage compared to the CCA, but that's their fight to fight.
I understand. So, again, because I actually had the privilege of being in the room during the legislative debate on this particular piece of legislation, I actually remember the articulation by the county and the proponents of the CCA that they wanted the opportunity to use the purchase of electricity to accomplish some of these other goals related to climate, environment, and those types of situations. So particularly the emphasis on the ability to promote energy efficiency, the ability to promote use of renewables. And my take from that discussion, having been in the room, was that the General Assembly didn't want to give the county the ability to add a tax on this to accomplish something else, like to build roads or do something else, but that, if the county wanted to use this mechanism as a way of promoting these items that were specified, that they were going to authorize the CCA to do that. So it's my view that what the county's saying and what OPC said is actually the correct interpretation of this. And as Mr. Trout said, I do view the CCA as a different creature that was created specifically by the General Assembly, so it's different from a retail supplier. So if they show up and want to ask for something like that, they will probably have a difficult time convincing me, at least, to do that. But I do think the CCA should have this ability to bundle these specific items that were listed out in the statute. It's similar to the argument we had the last time we were together on the issue about whether or not the county was required to deal with the low-income assistance provision. They created this in a certain way to accomplish certain things, and that's what I think we need to do. So.
Yeah, and I think you would agree, Mr. Trout, that the concern of the commission for SEB was bundling items like, an alarm service or cable television or various
Exactly.
things
Sure.
that were, not related to electricity, essential electric services. And we didn't want to see them, someone lose their electric service because they couldn't pay their entire, bundled bill. So you are correct on SEB that was a concern, but I agree with the chairman's interpretation here, and OPC and Montgomery County. In this case, these are items that are specifically identified in statute that can be bundled.
So, any other? There.
And then to follow up on this, remember, this is a rulemaking and not an order, so it would be really hard for us in a rulemaking on CCA and a pilot program to talk about what suppliers can do or not do in general. But I think you should take comfort from what the chair has just suggested about the concern, because I share that we would have in suppliers coming in and asking to offer bundled service.
One of the artifacts of COVID that is beneficial is that we now have the tapes, and everybody's,
Yeah.
even though we don't create the kind of record that you create with an order, you've just created from the bench a record that we can all look at for posterity.
We're
So,
fine.
thank you.
Okay. Okay.
So I hear the commission's ruling, and I thank you for that, on the bundling of charges, that's allowed. I would ask for your indulgence for just a moment. We're here about the regs today, and I have in my notes 3 places where the regs touch on this, and if we could just take a moment to look at those 3 sections and make sure. Okay. So the first one is still in 14.02A. So this was, we noted that the utilities and objected to this because of the bundling, but I believe that there's no changes needed in this section.
Right.
And if I'm wrong, please speak up.
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. And then in .04, this A, I think this section needs to go.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
I'm sorry, 14.04A.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. So,
Okay, thank you. And I believe that B remains.
Could you explain B to me?
I'll let staff go ahead and explain
Okay.
B.
I think this is addressing I think it's just preventing the CCA from billing the customer for something the utility has already billed under POR. So it's referring back to Chapter 05, I think it sort of goes along with the separate bill. So if the CCA is sending a separate bill, it can't contain the elements that the electric company is purchasing from the CCA, and then 2005 is the other chapter where these things tie together. So it's just saying that you can't, if you're going to send a separate bill and bill them for, the energy efficiency or renewable energy programs separately, you may not also incorporate anything that's already been billed with a bundled charge under 05.
But they're not sending a separate bill. So I guess that's what I'm still a little confused about. I mean, in county, do you have, you're going to be sending bundled bills. So this touches on a bill that you would be sending for a program that the utility is already paying for?
No, specifically that we couldn't double bill, basically.
Well,
We
I
couldn't send a
understand,
bill
but
for
I'm trying to
something-
get, I understand the sort of the general concept, but I'm trying to understand how it, if you could give me an example.
Well, so I think what this would prohibit is if the county bundled a renewable energy program in with the commodity and the utility purchased that receivable and paid the county, this prevents the county from, if they were then to switch to or otherwise use a separate bill, since they've already billed the customer and been paid by the utility in the commodity rate is bundled, if they were to unbundle that, this prevents a separate bill from incorporating anything they've already been paid for by the utility.
Okay, because the utility's already paid for the commodity, so you can't go back out and say, well, we still want you to pay for the renewable and the energy efficiency.
We never had any interest in doing so.
Okay.
Just for the record,
That's
this
fine.
was
No, no,
not put in because we
No,
said we wanted to.
I actually just needed to understand what it meant. Okay, because it's not entirely clear, but I'm okay with it now.
So my question is for staff, if the commission has ruled, since the commission has ruled that the CCA can consolidate their billing, and since the CCA has said that they're not going to be sending separate bills, can we just get rid of .04 in its entirety? Does staff object to that?
So you don't, if there's something that prevents separate billing, then you wouldn't need
to have this because it's not possible, and so you don't need a regulation to address something that's not possible.
I think we'd like to have the option. I mean, it's hard to say here what might possibly be offered down the line. So understanding that the only things that can be bundled are the things in 2A, B, and C per the statute. But we have the ability to send a separate bill as long as it's not those same things. And then it also ties into our edit in 5, but we'll get to that in a second. I don't want to.
So you're okay with B then? Is that?
I think
what
we're
I'm
okay
hearing?
with B, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to chapter 5. We're going to be in .02A4.
So can I speak first because it sort of
Please.
finishes that thought
Sure.
when the
Yeah.
commissioners are ready? So our suggestion was to change the shall to may in this sentence in chapter 5 to A4. Because again, it's hard to say today what we plan on, what options we can come up with. So it just allows us that we may identify them on a separate line item. So one is whether we have to send a whole separate bill. One is whether we are allowed to charge it as a separate line item on the bill.
Do you object to that? Phil?
No.
Do you have any objection? Changing shall to may.
In 4.
Well, I think it's sort of, you don't need to have a regulation that says you may do something if there's not otherwise I think the way it was written, it requires that the services be identified, and that's what we were looking for, not that they may if they choose to do so, because there may be reasons that they would be required to do that they maybe didn't disagree with. So the idea is it's if you're bundling these things together, you're telling customers what's incorporated within them. I think that's why the shall is required.
But once they're bundled, it's going to be one line item, isn't it? It's going to be one bill. Why wouldn't it be one line item? The CCA, Montgomery County CCA charge is X cents per.
So
I-
just to be clear, what you're asking is that when it's bundled, that the county specifically identify that this is for a commodity and then energy efficiency and renewable energy support.
Yes, that's what this is intended to do.
Gotcha.
Okay. And the county would like the flexibility of not necessarily having to identify.
To itemize it on the bill, we're not saying we don't want to identify it. This is actually, my colleague just pointed out to me, this is already in, thank you for the reference, Mr. Edwards. It's in 11, back to the aggregation plan. Give me the slide again.
I'm sorry, not 1103, 1403.
14, sorry. 14, chapter 14.
I guess the question is, is there a way, when the customer signs up, will you at that point let the customer know that you're going to get a bundled rate and it's going to include
Yeah.
the price for electricity, support for energy efficiency, and I guess is your concern that customers looking at the number would maybe inclined to leave the program if they're thinking, well, I really just want to pay for the electricity. I really don't want to do energy efficiency and renewable energy.
So, and I apologize for my lack of, these 14 and 5, as Mr. Kratheimer said, are inextricably linked. In chapter 14, 3, the description of the non-commodity charges and rates, we talk about the CCA shall separately state any components of bundled charges or rates permitted by Regulation 2 as a separate line item in the published terms and conditions. So we're going to spell this all out in the terms and conditions. We are going to, though, send it on one bill. And hopefully, although we'd like the option to change our minds, or, to have it a may rather than a shall, but we think it makes more sense to have it as one line item on a bill. So the customer says, the CCA is, if I go with the CCA, it's X cents per kilowatt hour. Kind of basically what you're getting when you sign up for a retail supplier.
Or SOS.
Or SOS. There's one. Now, we're going to spell out, this is what's included in that in our terms and conditions, but we think that for clarity's sake, on the bill, it's going to say, this is the CCA. And of course, then that means it would be one bill and not a separate bill, but that's the line item on a bill. It's the one bill going to the customers, but that we, that's what we think is going to be the least confusing for folks. So they can compare. If you're with us, if you choose the CCA or choose to remain with the CCA and not opt out or go to retail supply or back to SOS, this is the price you're going to pay.
Well, and I'm assuming you're going to sort of you're going to talk to experts at the what bills should look like and what's the ease of, and trying to not make it too complicated, or I'm sort of, where they're being told what they're going to be signing up for. Sometimes it's sort of overkill. You just keep telling over and over again, but also, you're also selling a product. You want to sell it the best way you can. I'm really okay with just leaving it off. But.
Mr. Field, since they're, again, your clients.
We don't feel strongly that they need to, that they should be required to identify on the bill anything about, renewable power or energy efficiency services. It might, like we've been discussing, it might actually backfire and create more confusion than what you're trying to accomplish. But if you want, but changing that shall to may, and maybe they do want to do that. That's fine too.
I think we're fine with changing shall to may. So.
Okay.
The next issue on the agenda is SOS risk mitigation and the pilot annual reporting, the minimizing adverse impacts to non-CCA customers. It's Chapter 19. I'm going to pull up Chapter 19, but I'm also going to pull up some relevant information. Montgomery County informed this work group and the other work group, the PIP work group, that they will not begin delivering power for the CCA prior to June 1st, 2026. That's an updated date. So that means that this SOS bid cycle will proceed as usual and will not be impacted. There are a lot of issues and comments kind of throughout Chapter 19, which we just addressed, but there's some language there at the bottom in .07. This language was proposed by, I always get the, I always misidentify this party.
Prince George's County, right?
Prince George's County.
Right.
And there are a plethora of comments over in the side from all of the parties on this issue.
Right, yeah. So, well, we start with Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I also have with me Andrea Crooms, who's the Director of the Prince George's County Department of the Environment.
Okay.
And
So, if you happen to say something, just make sure you repeat your name and title so that we catch it for the record. So,
Thank you. So just to summarize where we were last time, the parties all agree that with the advent of the CCA, that SOS as it stands now for PEPCO will be disrupted if we leave everything the same. And so the parties also agree, if it stays the same, that because the SOS contracts will overlap the beginning date of, eventually, the the beginning date of the CCA, that suppliers would add a high-risk premium into their bids, which would increase the price. So we all know it has to change in some way, and we're all trying to mitigate those impacts. And that's what we've been focusing on in the PIP work group, the Procurement Improvement Process work group, to figure out how exactly we do that. So that being said, Prince George's County still believes that here in a regulation pursuant to the statute, that there should be a provision that makes it clear that Prince George's County residents, or really anyone that's not within a jurisdiction of a CCA, that's not getting a benefit from the CCA, is not allocating the costs and expenses associated with the procurement of SOS for those customers that opt out of the CCA but stay with SOS. And we think that includes not only the administrative costs that the utilities have, but also the costs associated with power, if there is a difference for those Montgomery County non-CCA customers who take in SOS, that shouldn't be shouldered by the remaining people within SOS. And so that's what the language attempts to do. And I think the commission, the last rulemaking, was pretty strong in their guidance that they believe that this should occur, that there should be language in a regulation that Prince George's County is held harmless as a result of the CCA. There was a couple tweaks to the language that I believe a lot of parties agreed to. Prince George's County is still comfortable with our language. I don't believe Montgomery County has changed their position that they don't think a regulation should be in here at all. So we just think with the standard principles of cost causation, that we're not receiving a benefit, that Prince George's County customers should not be shouldering costs as a result of the CCA.
So Mr. Trout, are you supportive of this, or I guess this does not affect your SOS?
Actually, it does.
Okay.
And it's because a rule is being proposed by Prince George's County that protects Prince George's County quite properly, but that has been written as a statewide rule. And we have 3 different utilities serving Montgomery County that are in 3 different places with respect to their SOS load in Montgomery County. Pepco, very roughly speaking, half their loads in Prince George's County, and half their load is in Montgomery County. So the concept which this regulation, as it's currently written, would in effect memorialize and require that there be separate procurements for the residual SOS load in Montgomery County of that utility and the rest of the SOS load of that utility, that could make perfect sense for Pepco. But if you apply the same rule to BGE or to Potomac Edison, you get very different results. And I'm not going to speak to BGE's circumstances other than to note that only a very small portion of their load, their SOS load, is in Montgomery County. I'm going to let them speak to their own position on this issue. But I will speak to Potomac Edison's situation. We have approximately 37,000 customers in Montgomery County. If you assume that there will remain approximately the same number of those customers shopping post-CCA as pre-CCA, and you assume, based on the historical performance of other CCAs in other states, that approximately 80% of the customers will, at least initially, go with the CCA. It may be a little higher, maybe a little lower, but that's the ballpark. You do the math, you come up with 5,000 to 7,000 customers who are going to stay on SOS, at least initially, in Montgomery County, in Potomac Edison service territory. And the best thinking of the people who have worked on SOS for Potomac Edison for 2 decades is that 5 to 7,000 customers is too small a load to bid separately. So we do not want to be forced to bid separately for our remaining SOS load in Montgomery County, because we think we would have to adopt some sort of new mechanism that will not give the kind of price stability and price protection that customers have had from SOS up to this point. We also think that this is a decision that you do not need to make today for exactly the reason that was just articulated, which is the postponement in the start date for the CCA means we can get through another year, another SOS procurement cycle, before we have to face this issue and make a decision. Be clear, we are ultimately going to have to face this issue and make this decision, and hopefully we will, in the intervening year, finally manage to reach some sort of consensus as to how each of the 3 utilities should be treated, and we will not keep trying to force one-size-fits-all solutions on this problem that has at least 2, if not 3 heads to it. But for now, for today's purposes, Potomac Edison respectfully requests that you do not approve that language, because we read that language as forcing us to do a separate procurement for our residual SOS load in Montgomery County once the CCA launches. And we think that that would be a bad outcome for SOS customers.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with 2 quick points. So first, it does not require a separate procurement. Prince George's County eventually, in the PIP process, you'll see that that's what we will be advocating for. But this language does not require a separate procurement. It just says that you can't allocate the costs associated with serving those type of customers to non-CCA customers. Number 2, we said this the last time and we still believe it. We have no issue at all with tailoring this language, so it can be tailored specifically to Montgomery County and Prince George's. It can be tailored specifically to PEPCO, or there could be a general threshold where it's after a certain percentage of customers that or not after, but if there's a certain percentage of customers that exist within a CCA or within a service territory or a customer count before this would apply, that's completely fine. So we're not trying to affect BG or Potomac Edison, and we're more than happy to have language that clarifies that.
Mr. Chair, I agree with everything that Mr. McGee has said, and these are things he has said before, and that is one of the reasons why I think we would all benefit from another year of work on this SOS issue, because I think we can reach agreement on tailoring provisions so that everybody's interests, certainly the interests of Prince George's County's residents, but also the residents of the other jurisdictions, including the customers who there will be some who will stay on SOS in Montgomery County, so that they all can be protected. So the concept of keeping customers in the other jurisdictions whole, Potomac Edison entirely supports that concept. That some mutation of this language could lead to that result, we are hopeful that that can be arrived at. This language today should not be adopted for the reasons I stated before.
Okay. And if you could state your name for the record. This is what we're saying.
Well, Beverly Sikora on behalf of BGE. You know, I agree primarily with Mr. Trout's point that I don't think we have to decide this today. You know, Mr. McGee raised some good ideas about what we might be able to do to tailor the language, but it's hard to know how we should be tailoring the language until we kind of figure out what we're going to do in, you know, the SOS PIP process, because they kind of go hand in hand. You know, I'm afraid we're going to adopt language now that once we get through the PIP process, we're going to go, oh, you know what, this language doesn't work. Let's figure out the PIP process first, and not the PIP process, but figure out how we're going to deal with the residual load and then come up with language that will protect not only, like Mr. Trout said, the customers in the counties that are not being served by a CCA, but also the residual SOS customers in Montgomery County.
And Ms. Beckwith.
Yes, and not to repeat what Mr. Trout and Ms. Sikora have said, but because Pepco obviously is in a different, I don't want to say posture, but Pepco obviously is primarily affected by this, considering, as Mr. Trout said, our load is split relatively evenly between Prince George's County and Montgomery County. Given that the PIP work group is working through this and is still considering the various options, having language in the rules regarding how the SOS procurement will work is not advisable, and we don't support, because again, while we may do a separate procurement, that may be the option for Pepco. It may not be the right option for the other utilities, but we're not in a space right now where we can really have it codified and written right into the regulations, considering where we are right now with figuring out how to account for this.
So let me ask this question for everybody who hasn't opined on this. Does anyone see a reason why we have to address this issue today, or can we follow Mr. Trout's suggestion and defer this to somewhere down the road?
Montgomery County supports deferring it.
Yeah, OPC agrees with that, and it is linked to what the commission decides after the PIP discussions. Once you have that plan, then you can deal with how you're allocating the cost to adequately, mitigate the risk to all the customers, different customer groups. So we think this is not ready to be decided, and would be better decided after we have that plan figured out.
And staff?
I would say that, until maybe a day or two ago, we had thought that the PIP process would have resolved this, and we would sort of have that upon which to fix how to solve this issue here, and now we don't. And so I don't know that we, have a. I think staff has definitely taken the position that it would be difficult to bind the PIP process and kind of impose upon it a requirement that would sort of affect not only, Pepco itself, but some of the other utilities. So, I don't think we're interested in dictating in these regs a separate procurement. That much being said, I think we also had a lot of concern that if we don't at least get some guidance from the commission in this regard, it could perhaps hamper the ability to reach a resolution in the PIP process. So I think passing on this now and not describing it leaves some policy guidance unavailable for the PIP process, and it also potentially puts Prince George's County in a situation where it's not clear whether or not this is something that's going to create an issue for them going forward. It also potentially, without knowing, may send signals to some of the various participants in the SOS bidding process that there are some issues that are still yet up in the air. So the language that is here, staff was comfortable with an alternate version that is, I think, in the comments, that sort of removed the discussion of protecting or protecting from the results of the commodity process, and wanted to at least leave language in place that said any incremental procurement costs wouldn't be allocated to counties or to jurisdictions that weren't part of the CCA. And I think we were comfortable with that at the time. And so it might be perhaps something that allows the PIP process to continue with the flexibility it needs, but also provide at least some form of guidance policy-wise that the commission, recognizes that there would be jurisdictions that don't benefit from the CCA, and they would be perhaps held harmless in that regard.
But we could issue some guidance statements or whatever, to assist the PIP process without, as was referred to earlier, hardwiring into these regulations something that, may become difficult to deal with for that process.
Yes, I believe you could, subject to whatever.
Mr.
concern.
And you basically asked that question, but again, I think it's pretty routine that the PIP brings things to the commission for decisions or for guidance. So I don't think that would be too far out of the norm for how the PIP works now. Isn't that correct?
I think that's correct, but it would be another 12 months perhaps until that policy decision or guidance is provided.
But it does sound like we do have
We
some
do
time.
have this, yeah. I was going to say, I mean, we do have this luxury now of given the fact that there's this delay in the process to begin with, so.
Yeah, and you just mentioned for the first time that there was some issues in the PIP, so I would personally just encourage you to bring those to the commission when you can, so that we can again provide the type of guidance you're asking for. The other I wanted to ask about is, on the allocation, isn't it premature now to be looking at allocation, because the statute specifically calls for in 6 years, 7 years after the program begins, for a report. And in that report, it specifically directs that they look at what possible incremental costs, or whether there were any incremental costs, also what mechanisms could be implemented to hold standard offer service customer harmless. So I don't want to read this whole section here, but it sounds like, again, it was envisioned that there would be a thorough review, and part of the reason for that review was to come up with policies and directives on how there might be some cost allocations, or whether there would need to be any cost allocations. So I would just, state that it's possible that, again, it may not be appropriate for cost allocation to be discussed at this time in regulations, since there is guidance in the statute that we take care of that. We look at that in 6 years after we've had a chance to see the program in operation.
I think this language would address allocation of procurement costs in the near term, rather than, there certainly would be an opportunity to evaluate that as part of the pilot evaluation itself. But if there, for example, were to be, say in one of the utilities territories, 2 separate procurement processes, what this, I think, is intended to do, applying strictly to procurement costs, is if there was another bid that applying it directly to the example of Prince George's County and Montgomery County and Pepco, if there was a separate bid for Montgomery County, those costs would not be allocated to the Prince George's County customers in the administrative costs that are, applied, to the SOS rates that would be in effect right after this.
Okay, I would just, again, the statute, when you get into this, in the near term, it provides guidance that there should be procedures to mitigate any risk. It doesn't say to eliminate risk, or it doesn't make a predetermination on how that risk, if there is any, to be allocated. So I think we need to be cautious not to go beyond what the statute. I mean, markets are dynamic. So if we get into tinkering with this too much, I believe we would be going beyond what the statute calls upon us to do. Again, it says mitigate procedures. We have a procedure in place, and that's the PIP. So, we can point to that. We've talked about a lot of other risk mitigating procedures that we have now in regulation. So I think we just need to be cautious not to go too far.
So let me ask the county this. Obviously the purpose of this rulemaking is to allow you to proceed to the next steps in implementing the statute and creating the CCA. So if in fact we do defer deciding this issue and push it to the PIP work group, that's not going to impede your ability to proceed ahead in preparing the CCA, correct?
No, we support not including this language in Chapter 19, Section 7. We are, as clear, we're clearly working with the PIP work group. Part of the reason why we made the decision when we made the decision and put it in writing about the start date is because these are complicated issues, and we do hope that at some point we're going to be able to come up with a consensus or near consensus on how to resolve this. As Mr. Trout and the other representatives from the utilities have explained, the utilities aren't all in the same position. And I do think it's very important to remember that Montgomery County SOS customers, there will be some, are also part of the group that these mitigating factors are supposed to apply to. And so for all of those reasons, and I would like to second what Chairman Richard says about. Oh, sorry. Commissioner.
No problem.
But I didn't merge, but I did, maybe I merged you two and like, okay, my apologies.
A lot of mergers going on
A
today.
lot of mergers going on today. It's all one big happy family. My apologies. Commissioner Richard has said, we do think it's very important to separate out what is the goal of the pilot, mitigating risk, versus things we'll study after the pilot is over. Were there any overall costs? What were the benefits? Hopefully there's a much longer list of benefits. Whether there were any incremental costs, and then how to deal with those going forward if this pilot becomes a permanent fixture in either Montgomery County or throughout the state. You know, for us to have some certainty, and to address your question, Chair Hoover, for us to have certainty, we need to not have this amorphous, unknown dollar amount that we're possibly liable for. So to separate out, this is what's happening for risk mitigation. And then, as Commissioner Richard says, then we're going to do a study. We're going to have all these conversations about what costs came up and how those should be dealt with in the future. That, for us, is the certainty that we need to be able to go forward with a viable CCA.
Okay. So if our decision is to defer this and refer it to the PIP, I mean, does anyone else have any?
Sir, may I?
Okay, sure.
Andre Crooms, I'm the Director of the Department of Environment. I'm here on behalf of County Executive Alsobrooks. I'm also an energy wonk and used to be the Assistant Secretary for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, so I'm a big fan of Montgomery County doing the CCA. But they're talking a lot about certainty, but the certainty that matters to us is the fact that when you look at the rate cases that are before you, we are about to have many of our residents in Prince George's County having a utility burden in total of over 20% of their income. So we are looking at a situation where what is certainty to a county and all of its finances and all of its wherewithal is very different than the certainty of Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Jones, who are on a fixed income, and this is a risk to them as to what their utility bill will look like. So what we are asking for here is to protect the residents of Prince George's County, that we want this experiment to go forward. We're excited about this experiment and what this could provide to the state as a whole, and we could provide to the nation as a whole, right? And how it could work on climate change. I'm a climate change person. I have a climate change tattoo on my arm, for God's sakes. We care about this, and Prince George's County is an environmental leader, so we do care about this. But what we care about the most is to make sure that Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Jones, who are living alone on a fixed income, don't wind up absorbing the cost of this experiment and losing their power, losing their home, losing, the ability to get groceries, those kind of things. What we want to see and what this language is about ensuring that Prince Georgians are not carrying the burden of what could potentially go wrong in this experiment. We want to make sure that as this is going forward and as we are very optimistic it will be successful, that if something does go awry as we're doing this learning process, that we're not waiting for 7 years, because they can't wait for 7 years, right? So what we're saying is that right now, we want to know that our residents are not going to carry the burden of whatever could possibly be an increasing cost through, the complexities of procurement that happen during this SOS process and all of the other processes that have to happen in the CCS. And we think that needs to be part of a regulation, because the last time I was here, there were different commissioners here. And the next time I'm here, there might be different commissioners here. But when something is in a regulation, it is, it's clear that Prince Georgians aren't at risk of carrying this burden. And that's what we're looking for. Whatever language gets us there, we want it in a regulation that Prince Georgians are protected from whatever additional costs could happen to them because of this pilot.
So,
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I?
Go
Yeah.
ahead, sure.
Well, I certainly agree with all that. The statute says mitigate, and there are plenty of Prince Georgians on the Economic Matters Committee when they passed the law. number one. Number two, we're going to be approving all of the plans going forward. So our eyes are going to be on this because this is, at least for myself, and I think also for Commissioner Suchman, but for all of us really, we're very concerned that non-CCA enrollees are not burdened, regardless of where they live. And the third thing and final thing I would say is that much of the discussion that I've witnessed over this entire rule writing has, a lot of it has focused on the mitigation of, of potential future problems of all. It seems like much of what we've been talking about has either directly or tangentially touched upon this very issue. And so I think that I, Mr. Chairman, would be in favor of deferring on this because I'm very comfortable that everybody in this room is very interested in making sure that there are not negative consequences to non-enrollees, regardless of where they live.
And just to respond to some of your concerns, I mean, obviously, we are going to be charged with dealing with the rate increase proposal by PEPCO, and so we have a proceeding set up to examine that application. And as you heard earlier, there's like two separate paths here to trying to deal with this mitigation issue. And what I'm concerned about is making a decision today and putting something in regulations that actually may impede the ability of this second process to actually come to a solution that will mitigate the impact, if any, from the CCA on Prince George's County, on Frederick County, on whoever else gets affected by the overlapping service territories of the companies that service Montgomery County. So, our decision today to defer this to the this other work group is not, an indication that we don't think the issue of mitigation is insignificant. It's a way of trying to get to a solution that everybody can live with. And I think based on the discussion I heard from the other parties, it seems to be the consensus that that may be the right path to take, as opposed to us trying to put language in regulations that may actually wind up hampering that process going forward. And given the fact that we have, the luxury of time to a certain degree, we're not talking about 6 years down the road, we're actually just talking about a year down the road, since the CCA is not going to start for a year past what they originally consulted. So we take your concerns to heart, but I think our decision is to actually defer this to the PIP work group.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I completely agree with the chair that we need to make sure that all ratepayers are protected, not just, and I've been a little focused on the Montgomery County ratepayers, but it really should be all ratepayers. But we don't want to have, the concern I have with your language is it actually could prevent the establishment of a CCA, because what it would do is it would isolate those on SOS in the county and force, and we heard from Mr. Trout, and I'm assuming the same thing is with PEPCO, it would force them to put them into a separate category for bidding purposes, which would lessen the power of the utilities to be able to negotiate a good rate, so that SOS costs would actually go up, so that we end up, in your recommendation, we end up actually hurting rather than helping. We may hold the ratepayers in Prince George's County harmless, but the ratepayers in Montgomery County could be spending a lot more money. So we don't want that as a solution. I also, for those who are the experts on the rules, on the rulemaking, I seem to remember language in here and other sections that talk about trying to make sure that that ratepayers who are not participating in the program are held harmless. Was this the only place where that was? Because I thought I remember seeing it someplace else.
My recollection is the only reference to holding harmless is in the part of the statute that talks about a study that's going to be done at the conclusion of the pilot. So
Oh,
that's why I
termination.
was,
So this is section 12.
I'm sorry?
This was in section 12, that,
Oh, the pilot termination?
no, but I thought I remember seeing language that encouraged you when you're putting together the plan to look to holding customers outside of Montgomery County harmless.
I will be honest, I don't believe so, and honestly,
Okay.
that's not my,
Okay.
that's not our intent, and I will go back and look for that.
Okay,
because
okay, that was why I sort of, because you clearly have spent way more time on this than.
This has caused sleepless nights, I assure you.
Yeah, no.
You know, the idea of the county agreeing to do the pilot, which I hope it's very clear that we want that very much, is to be the pilot. But again, this idea that somehow there's this unknown liability out there is just untenable. So I don't believe there's language in the regulations about holding harmless, and I will double check that when I go back to my office, I assure you. Because but that is not to say that we are not actively working in this work group and in the PIP work group on mitigating.
Okay,
the
so
risk.
I guess the other question is does there need to be something in the regulations that says we're going to come and revisit this? I mean, I don't think so, because it's in the statute. So I think even if it's not in the regulations per se, you're covered by the language in the statute. So, but you understand my point about. I mean, this language as written could actually harm Prince George's County residents in the short term, because it gives PEPCO less of an ability to be able to negotiate if they have to separate out their ratepayers in going in the marketplace. So they have fewer customers in which to negotiate a rate, and then because you'd be held harmless, then Montgomery County would actually not only be paying for the rate differential for residents in Montgomery County, but would also be paying for the rate differential in Prince George's County to cover that differential. I think that's not where you want to go.
Right, and Commissioner, on that point, through the PIP work group, we're allowed to have input from wholesale suppliers who bid. And so they were confident that they would have no issue bidding on a Prince George's County only procurement, if that's what it would be, which is the number of customers there is bigger than what Delmarva goes out for bid for, and it's bigger than what Potomac Edison goes out for, just Prince George's County. So there's no issue that there a lesser bargaining power or anything like that from what wholesale suppliers have stated.
Well, I'm actually interested in hearing maybe from PEPCO, who PEPCO would be. I mean, if PEPCO were to have to split the customers between Prince George's County and Montgomery County in going out to bid, are you at a disadvantageous position in negotiating for power, in terms of price and other factors?
Just to make sure I understand your question, you're asking if PEPCO were to do separate procurements between Prince George's County and Montgomery County, would there be some level of disadvantage from the suppliers bidding on those separate procurements? Is that your question?
Or a disadvantage for PEPCO in terms of what you can negotiate in terms of a rate?
I don't know that we're in a position, or I'm in a position really, to say whether or not we've been able to understand if PEPCO would be in a disadvantaged position. I understand in the PIP work group we're looking at there is an option to do separate procurements, and we're looking at what that would look like with the PIP working group. I think there's another proposal on the table presented by OPC that's not quite a separate procurement option. But I don't know that we as PEPCO have particularly said which one or which venue we'd really like to go in, and that's kind of why we're saying right now we're just not in a position to codify this in regulations, because I think there's still a lot more discussion and evaluation as to what exactly a separate procurement would look like.
if I may, on one last point on that. So there's not really a negotiation between the utilities and the suppliers. It's the utility says, here's how many customers we need you to serve. And then it's an auction that the suppliers will then bid on. So there's not a give and take. There's not a negotiation. It's just really, here's the power I have to sell. Best price wins. And so my point before was that the size of the load that Pepco would procure for just Prince George's County is bigger than 2 other current utilities. So there's no fear that you're not going to get as good of a competition or a robust competition with the supplier community, because we're already in this state procuring for less load as it stands now. So I think the real issue for the commission to decide is what does happen with the remaining people from Montgomery County that opt out, and how are they going to be procured, and how is power going to be purchased for them? This language here doesn't answer that question, and so that's why we're advocating for it. What this question says is, however you're going to procure that power, you're just not going to socialize it to other counties, including Prince George's. That's what this language says. It's not about how it gets procured, or if there's 2 or 1 or what. It's just saying, whatever you have to do to fill the non-CCA customers in Montgomery County, you're just not going to allocate that to Prince George's to socialize it. That's what this does.
I understand, but I think our decision today is we're not going to adopt the proposed language, and we're going to let the other process play out. So,
thank you.
Okay.
So I'm, 0.07 under regulation 19 will be deleted.
Great.
And Commissioner Schlesman, there is no hold harmless clause in this version of the regulations. That was in an earlier version. Okay.
And it's in the statute for the study.
Great. Yeah.
Yes, but it's not in the regs.
Sure.
Okay, so the next issue is full and partial CCA program termination. It's Chapter 12. Now, you're going to see in Chapter 12 that there are a ton of changes, large and small, throughout the entire chapter. I think it might be beneficial to allow the parties to kind of tell you what their positions are. The disagreement between the parties is as basic as definitions for this chapter. What we're talking about is, should the CCA cease to operate, whether it's planned or unplanned? Or should the CCA have, say, a basic service and 1 or more optional services? Should one, for instance, one of those optional service cease to operate, planned or unplanned? And if those folks who are on that optional service get moved to a different optional service, or get moved to the basic service, or get moved to SOS, this is all about the notice to the commission and how much notice should be given based on, and what notice should be given based on those various different options. So there's a lot of different options that are covered by this this section, and I think it would be beneficial to hear from the parties.
So, just a couple questions about the choreography. So, essentially, this is Montgomery County and staff's the 2 principal moving parties on this. I mean, not to exclude the other folks, but it's basically those 2. Secondly, do we want to do this issue by issue? Do you want to go through a whole list of things, and then, because I guess I'm a little concerned that if we go through a whole list of things and we start jumping back, then we get confused. On the other hand, if we go issue by issue, we run the risk of running down a rabbit hole.
So, I mean, as Judge Grace introduced the topic, it really, the dispute or question really revolves around the definition of termination.
Okay.
And in the table that the county filed, we have our proposed language, which essentially is completely different from the non-consensus language. So we don't think that it would be productive to go provision by provision, because they don't really align with each other. It's not like you can go, A versus B on each column or each row. I think maybe it's worth discussing the concept of the purpose of the termination provisions in the statute as now, manifested in the regulations, and then based on what the commission decides termination means, would dictate which path we'd go down.
Okay, that sounds fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of the termination provisions in the statute are similar to what we were discussing this morning, to provide notice to the various entities of the CCA terminating. I mean, in a nutshell, we have always understood termination to be the mass de-enrollment of customers. The county is required by the terms of the statute to offer service to all residential and small commercial customers across all 3 service territories. So, termination is the CCA shuts down. It's really as simple as that. And that's the framework that we adopt in writing the regulations. We have compromised and consented to a concept of a planned, of a partial termination, but that's not really something that we believe the General Assembly was contemplating. Now, understanding that the county could unwind the CCA prior to the 7-year duration allowed by the pilot, we do describe the process for a planned termination. And then we are cognizant of the fact that there are uncertainties in the world, and while we certainly don't foresee an unplanned termination occurring, it would not be responsible to not at least describe what would happen if such an occurrence were to happen. So we describe that. Without going into the specific details, I mean, that's the framework that we use to develop these regulations. One of the biggest distinctions, I don't want to describe staff's position, so I should probably just turn it over to them. I might state before that, though, that we do not see the ending of a particular service option as termination. So, for example, if we're offering as an optional service a time of use rate, and we decide that for whatever reason we don't want to offer that optional time of use rate anymore, those customers would be moved over to basic service, still be enrolled with a CCA, and life would go on. We do not consider that to be a termination. That was addressed in the provisions we talked about last time we were before you. With that, I'll pause and turn it over to staff, and then we're available for questions, of course.
So, Phil, are you going to do it, or
I'm going to start, and if Mr. Hoppick, I think he may have 1 or 2 comments he wants to add.
Sure.
But I think Michael got to it. The issue here sort of ties into the definition of what is full or partial termination. I think if you look at Chapter 12 here, it's basically requiring sort of notification of terminations in various types, either of a full termination or a partial termination. I think the distinction between what the staff is asking for here is if you look, we almost have to go and look at the definition for partial termination, but I think we are trying to capture a scenario where there is a significant number of customers that are on one of these options, perhaps, or if we may be looking at a particular service offered to a rate class in maybe not all the service territories, but perhaps just one of them. If that is planned to end either prematurely or even if it's just planned, hey, this it's no longer offered by our supplier, staff thinks it's beneficial to know about that as far in advance as possible, so that not just the counties, we assume they'd be doing their planning, but any other parties that like the utilities or staff or someone who's sort of keeping an eye on what's happening going forward with standard offer service in particular, we need to know when or if something is going to occur. Now this, one might say, well, is this, is this the same as one of those events that we were concerned about in one of the other chapters? And so it sort of comes down to, is like, we didn't try to define, say, like a default issue out of it with a supplier as the same as, well, we just decided to get rid of this option. And so I think what we were asking for is, a responsibility again on the county's part to inform the commission, and ultimately customers would also need to know in this regard too, because if they're making decisions about their energy supply and they love the offer they're on, but maybe that's going away, they should probably know about that as soon as possible, because there may be other offers that they would turn down, or offers that, perhaps from a retail supply offer that's only available for a brief period of time. So I think that is sort of capturing it all in a nutshell. And if Mr. Hoppick has anything else that I didn't pick up on, please jump in there.
Yeah. David Hoppick for staff. So just a couple points. I think by defining a full and partial termination, there's kind of the assumption that you can predetermine how this will occur. And we intentionally are not trying to predetermine how it would occur. It's generally, the removal of an option, of a service option that could result in customers switching to SOS. There's multiple ways through that which that would happen. The example was given if a set of customers are on an optional service and that is ended and those customers are transferred to basic service, well, would staff's notice be triggered? So first of all, that would be the terms and conditions of the optional service, which we do not know right now. There would need to be something in there saying, if this goes away, you, the customer, are agreeing to be reverted back to basic service. And there could be situations where they have a major supplier. That major supplier is, for example, providing CCA basic service, and for whatever reason, they need to drop 20% of the supply they contracted to provide. So, we're trying to kind of maintain the flexibility of how this could occur and not make assumptions that it would occur by the cessation of the entire program or the cessation within a specific service territory.
So, Mr. Fields, any thoughts on this?
Not extensive ones. We really agree with Montgomery County that if we're talking about they have a certain higher renewable offer and they decide, well, we don't want to do that or we want to change it to something else, that's going to be for them to sort out. If it would trigger people coming back to SOS, that is a separate reporting requirement. The changes of the services would be something that would be recorded in the normal course. I mean, it should be reported so the commission's aware of it, we're aware of it. But we didn't see the need as we went through these discussions to, include that as within these regulations on a termination. We certainly think there should be regulations about terminations and notices and, planned and unplanned, and those are important. But, we didn't see the need for that for some of with this idea of a partial termination to be included in here.
Any other parties have any thoughts on this? All right, so back to the county for any response you want to make to what staff offered.
Oh, go ahead.
I just going back to one of the things that we mentioned in our comments is that, we've addressed this idea of an offering ending that might present a risk to SOS, that there are reporting requirements in Chapter 19 in risk mitigation, and I just want to assure the commission that having just, made several edits, that is still explicitly in there under Chapter 19, as agreed to earlier, 2 hours ago, under the monthly reporting, there is an explanation of anticipated changes in service offerings, an explanation of anticipated changes in CCA procurement. I think both of those are literally what we're talking about here. So I just want to assure the commission that that is still covered by those regs, even though we made some edits to them earlier this afternoon.
Any questions? So, Commissioner Sussman?
So I agree. I mean, you just went through changes to Section 19 to the extent that you're identifying masses of people leaving the system. You're going to have to let us know, and we're going to know that. I find the notion of a partial program termination confusing. It's like you have a program, and then you end the program. You don't partially end the program. So it sort of creates a new kind of concept that I'm not sure makes a whole lot of sense and is not helpful. And then hearing from the county that you're going to have a program and then you're not, and then it'll be terminated. That there isn't sort of a halfway termination. So I'm not seeing that the notion of a partial termination in here is helpful. I find it confusing, and then it sounds like it's really not necessary because of the additional language that was agreed to over lunch.
I'll be frank, Commissioner Sussman. We added that as an effort to sort of try to address some of the concerns about there being something between the CCA's stops and a program offering ending. And we agree with you, and I will happily delete references to partial program termination.
Well, I just think
that was an effort to.
Right, it's confusing. If you're in a program and then you see that it's been partially terminated, you're going to get nervous as a ratepayer. You're not going to understand. Well, wait a minute. If it's partially terminated, is it partially terminated to me? I think the concept is confusing.
Right. We have a definition for it that we tried to make fairly specific, that and again, also in our opinion, very unlikely to occur, but because we're trying to address, worst case scenarios essentially here, we have a proposed definition that the partial program termination is the cessation of CCA electric supply service to all customers in a single service territory, or all CCA customers in a particular customer class in one or more service territories, or actually ending a product offering and then dropping those customers to SOS. So it's not only dropping the service, but it would be, and having no place to put them.
I just think, you're bringing in a variety of different customers, including some fairly unsophisticated, and just unsophisticated in the utility terminology. If you see partial termination, it's going to make them nervous unnecessarily.
We would agree to taking out that concept.
Yeah, but just for the record, I'd be in support also of just eliminating partial termination. I mean, I looked through the statute, and it just seems to go far, far beyond what is required on the termination requirement under our regulation making section V. And I would agree, we spent a lot of time on the risk mitigation and believe we more than adequately cover many of the topics that are trying to be addressed here. So I would join you also in supporting complete elimination of partial termination and the Montgomery County language.
Okay. Commissioner Barbe, any questions? All right, so I agree with my three colleagues, so I guess we'll do that.
So there is a need to take a look at this statute, these regs, to make sure that we're all in agreement as to what that ruling means.
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to do that while on the bench, or if the commission wanted to take a short recess and direct the parties to do that without you sitting there.
So let me ask, what's the most time efficient way to do this?
we can sit here and we can all go through it, but whether you all want to sit there and
No, I
listen to
understand.
that or not.
And literally, whatever speeds the process along, if it's taking a short break, that's what we'll do. If it's us staying here while we work through it, we'll do that. So I'm deferring to your judgment, so.
I think if the commission would take a short recess, that would be wonderful.
okay.
That way we can be very informal in our
Okay, sure. So we'll
comments.
be,
Tyler.
how much time do you need?
20 minutes?
Okay, all right.
Could you
So-
probably add in 5 minutes for an actual break?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll come back at 3:25. Does that work?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Actual
All right, so back on the record, Judge Grace.
Thank you. So I think we worked through a bunch of issues. We weren't able to get all the way there. There's a couple of things that we couldn't agree on. So if you'll look at chapter 12, no, it's going to be fast. Don't worry. And then we just have definitions to go over. We just have definitions to go over after this. I do think it's going to be fast.
We started like partying.
This is our last major issue.
Okay.
Okay. So we're looking at chapter 12, and we're at .04. I have copies being brought down to you of the changes. They're
Oh,
just- I'm not attached.
Oh, there we go. I was gonna say. Oh, you just.
Very good delivery person.
I was gonna say, yeah. We're
He's
using
off in our van.
high-priced talent, so.
You can close the window, so the margin there, the margin there.
I
so
can't close it because.
Double click on that line.
I'm sorry. Can I ask for a copy just because it's going to be very hard to track everything on there?
I can, yes, I don't know, 10? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we're.
My bad.
Okay, so we are in chapter 12, and we're scrolling down to .04. I think, I forget which party wanted what, but that word could there, in the second to last line of A, there's a disagreement as to whether that should be would or could. So if it's, that would result in CCA customers receiving SOS supply is, you know,
Take out could. I mean, the problem is like anything can happen.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, why else would they notify the commission?
That's our position.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So yeah, I would think it should say would unless someone has a violent disagreement, so.
okay, thank you. And now moving down, see, that was quick. Moving down to .05 CCA termination, E. Still in the same chapter. So there was something that we didn't address with the commission before. Montgomery County objects to E in its entirety. Staff feels that E is necessary. This is something that we talked about earlier, but we didn't visit this chapter when we were talking about SOS mitigation.
I mean, doesn't the statute itself basically say that the county government is responsible for stranded costs someplace, which I've been informed by Commissioner Suchman is a really broad statement.
That's what. This is E. This is about.
I mean, and so.
Procurement costs.
So this would sort of fall under that ambit, wouldn't it? I don't know.
So my understanding was that stranded costs are very specific in the statute.
No, then you'll have to argue with Commissioner Suchman then.
Well,
But that's not this section
I
now.
hesitate to do that, but
But that.
should we address this section first? And
Sure.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This section is about if. Okay, so 05. Okay. This is in the situation that customers are dropped to SOS, and in a manner in which the utility incurs costs other than what it would normally incur in performing an SOS procurement, that we have to mitigate those costs. So, I mean, again, this is like woven throughout the statute as well as the regulations about the many efforts we're always going to go to, both because we have to and because we will, to mitigate risks and costs. So we would argue that we're already under a requirement to mitigate costs to SOS, just as a broad umbrella here. To the extent there is an assertion made that there are costs being incurred as a result of the CCA terminating, now there's a dispute about whether we exerted best efforts to do such mitigation as opposed to whether we mitigated. Best efforts in our experience is a term that's used typically in commercial arrangements where there are two private counterparties and one is relying on the other, and this concept of commitment is described as best efforts. This is a kind of a regulatory construct, and we were unable to find the term best efforts used in other regulatory arrangements because it's really a commercial term. So we just don't really see it fitting here. Certainly we will make efforts, we will make reasonable efforts to mitigate, but we really don't want to get into a dispute about what best efforts might be as opposed to reasonable efforts. Again, the county has no interest in not doing the maximum that it can do.
Well, would you, if the best were changed to reasonable?
Yes.
That would be
Correct. Yep.
reasonable?
That would be our preference.
Okay.
This was staff's proposal, correct?
The language in white is staff's. Montgomery County initially objected to E in its entirety, but then they came back and said if best would be substituted with reasonable or commercially reasonable, then they would be satisfied.
So I guess my question for staff is, can you live with reasonable?
I think we can live with it. The distinction between best efforts, reasonable efforts, and commercially reasonable efforts, as far as I was able to determine, best efforts implies that you're gonna take action even if perhaps it has some cost or harm to you. Reasonable is I think when you're taking efforts that are like possible, but without perhaps harm, and then commercially reasonable gets to language where you're gonna do what you can as long as it doesn't cost you anything. So I think what we were getting at with this particular section is that in the event there's a termination and there are assets left over in the form of power supply contracts that have value, have positive value at the, if for example something occurs where the CCA ends or terminates and they still have contracted energy that has value because it's at a price that's below the market, there would be some opportunity for the utilities procurement to be able to make use of those. I think that's what we're trying to get to. Then to the extent that there are other issues within those procurements, and I think that just gets back to the putting the sort of the responsibility for the CCA to do whatever they can in the event that something doesn't go as planned and there's a need to return customers back to SOS.
So if we can we? Oh, you were going to speak. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sure.
The scenario that Mr. Vanderheyden described about the different levels of efforts apply, in our view, like in delivering widgets to a counterparty. If you have to make reasonable efforts to provide if you're under contract to provide 10,000 widgets, you have to either make reasonable efforts or best efforts, commercially reasonable efforts. There's a distinction there in like how much effort you have to go to provide the widgets. That concept just doesn't really apply here. It's a little bit of a square peg in a round hole. There are terms that apply in another scenario, but not really like this scenario. With regard to the second scenario described about these extra contracts, we're going to get to that in a moment, but that doesn't really exist or apply here either. That scenario can't.
So I
guess
guess
doesn't happen.
my concern is that the word best is probably going to lead to more litigation over the argument about what was the best efforts that had to be made, as opposed to reasonable, which I think is a term of art that's kind of used in this industry all the time, and I think people kind of understand what that is. So I'm concerned that, you know, heightening the requirement, the quote, best efforts is just going to lead to more arguments, you know, should this situation occur than less.
I agree.
Okay, so I think we're going to go with reasonable. So.
The next issue is in .06. Whether the language is affected customers or whether language is just the dissolution from the county in general.
I guess I'm not quite understanding what's going on here with this one.
I think this was another one where the county initially objected to be in its entirety, but I think the county, in an effort to come to an agreement, it changed the language from county to affected customers in an effort to, come to some consensus. Staff, did you want to state why you didn't agree with that change?
This is addressing a situation where if the termination has occurred, you got to stop. You have to essentially make some changes to the utilities process, because normally when the CC is, after it's up and running, as new customers come in, they're going to be transferred to the CCA after a brief period of time when they're on standard offer service. There's some programming that goes on with that may require the utilities to take some actions. This language would require that if there's any costs associated, if any costs are determined by the utility to be necessary to be collected from, or they incur those costs, this language sort of addresses from whom those costs would be recovered. I think with this, if you add affected customers, now we're talking that the customers themselves, presumably one might interpret that meaning the Montgomery County customers that previously were part of the CCA, it would be sort of allocated the cost of that sort of unraveling. And then if you had, instead of affected customers, you had county, or if it was the affected customers county, I'm not sure if punctuation's in there for that, sort of implies that Montgomery County would bear or be responsible for the costs associated with sort of unwinding any of the systems that have been put in place to accommodate the sort of default transfer of customers to the CCA.
Mr. Hoppick from staff raised his hand.
Oh, go ahead, David.
Yes, and this also gets at a point raised earlier from the bench. The 7510.3W states that the Montgomery County government shall be solely responsible for costs associated with any stranded costs. And staff would consider programming costs that the utilities had to take on because of the CCA, that if the CCA ended early and they had not recovered those costs from the CCA, those would be stranded costs, and we think the county should cover those, not customers.
So, so actually, before I go to the county, Mr. Fields, do you have any thought on this?
I'm afraid I actually lost the thread with that last comment.
So the idea being that if there's stranded costs, that the bill goes to the county as opposed to the affected customers, which I assume would be your clients.
That's what the law says.
Yeah, that's the part I'm trying to process is the statutory provision on that.
I can read it to you.
Yeah,
It
or
says,
just point me to it.
it's the very end of the statute. It's W. The Montgomery County government shall be solely responsible for the costs associated with any stranded costs for I, contracts entered into by the community choice aggregator for electric supply, or II, I don't know if you say it that way or not, but anyway, generation owned by a community choice aggregator, and two, pay for any costs the Montgomery County government is responsible for under that prior provision. So it's W, it's provision W in this under 17501.3, 510.3.
And this is getting at the cost of the electric company. You know, maybe they had to bring on an extra vendor or something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern, is that the program terminates. The customers that were on the program, the program terminates, and it was unplanned, so that you couldn't give the local utilities a heads up that these customers were going to be migrating back to the utility, and the utility has to go to the spot market and buy power for 1 or 2 months or 3 months until they can bring customers back onto SOS. That's going to be a cost that the utility will incur through the suspension of the enrollments, and I mean, I think that's a stranded cost.
Those costs, whatever the name for them is, the question in this provision is who pays them, and under the exact scenario that you just described, using that as a great example, those costs would be included in the price that the customers pay for that power.
Now, it says the Montgomery County government is going to be paying.
That's a different, that's for contracts, entered into by the CCA for electric supply, or generation owned by a CCA.
Well, it's for the cost associated with any stranded costs for, and I read this to mean that the CCA entered into these contracts for supply for customers. The contracts, the program terminates. The county government is responsible for any of the costs associated with any strand. I mean, it's written really, really broadly. But I read this to mean that the county government is responsible for stranded costs at the end of the program.
But this provision is about when the utility has to go out and purchase SOS power.
No, it has to go out and purchase spot market power.
Right.
For customers who are now on SOS.
They're not on the. I mean,
they're not on the same cycle, but they will be.
Well, they will be, but until they will be,
right,
the utility is going to be paying more.
But they're still SOS customers. But they might be paying less, by the way.
Or they may be paying less.
But if
they pay more, then who's going to be responsible for paying that? And for the utility, that is the stranded cost.
Well, it's not even. It's not whether they're paying more or less. This is about the costs, the administrative costs that the electric company incurs from the suspension of enrollments.
I don't see administrative in here. I see an electric company shall recover costs incurred from the suspension of enrollments resulting from termination or dissolution of a CCA. That means, I mean, I don't know what other costs they're going to have except bringing customers back onto SOS.
Yes.
And having to pay extra for whatever power they have to procure on the spot market. I mean, if you had 200,000 customers, you're not going to have 200. But let's say you have 200,000. For some reason, the program goes belly up, and PEPCO has to pick those customers up.
Right.
They're never going to be able to they're not going to be able to migrate them onto SOS because they have power purchase agreements that don't cover those customers. They're going to have to go to the spot market, buy the power. They may be paying less. That's great.
Right.
But they may be paying more. And then that payment is for them a stranded cost.
That's a cost. That's the cost of the power that the customers will pay.
That's going to be, well.
That's the purpose of SOS.
No, that's if they put them on My guess is that's the cost you're going to have to pay, because those customers are going to go on SOS, but the utility is not going to have the benefit of a power purchase agreement. They're going to have to buy in the spot market.
True.
They may be paying more money, and as I read the statute, the utility can go back to you for the difference in cost, because that's going to be their stranded cost.
The cost of buying power, in our view, is not a stranded asset or a stranded cost. The cost of buying power is the cost of buying power. And anytime a utility goes out and purchases, or anytime anyone goes out and purchases power for
Utility
their customers,
would never voluntarily go out on the spot market.
I understand.
To buy power.
Of course, I understand.
So what's happening here is that those customers migrating back onto the system
Yes.
are going to require that the utility go out to the spot market. That is something the utility never wants to do. I mean, I have utility people out there, and they can weigh in.
Right.
But from their perspective, if they've got to go out to the spot market, buy expensive power, if it's expensive power, then who's going to pay for the price differential?
what do you mean price differential?
Okay, you're paying, as a customer, you're paying 12 cents kilowatt hour. And if the utility has to go out and buy power that's going to result in you paying 20 cents a kilowatt hour, who's going to pay that 8-cent differential?
Commissioner Suchman, we don't interpret this provision to be referring to that situation. That's
how I read it. I mean, I don't, Mr. Fields, is that how, I'm.
We see this as being the utility's going to have to go out and conduct some sort of procurement. They're going to have to go out and buy power. However they do it, there will be a cost to doing that, and the cost of administering that procurement will be rolled into the cost of the energy, and then that is what the per kilowatt hour rate will be for those customers.
Okay, who's going to be responsible for that 8-cent differential in my example?
That's the price, whether the price is higher or lower or the same as the prevailing price.
Let's assume it goes from 12 cents to 20 cents kilowatt hour. Who, for 2 months, until they can get them back onto SOS, who's going to pay for that cost differential?
Our position would be that the customer would pay that price.
Okay, I don't think that was what the legislators had in mind when they passed this and put in this, that you were responsible for stranded costs.
Well, Section W is sort of a different section, because the stranded cost is defined like after the fact. That's an asset. That's not like a contract.
Stranded costs, I have been dealing with stranded costs my whole work life, and stranded costs can be whatever you define them to be, but basically it's stranded is in the sense that you cannot recover that in any other way.
But it can be recovered. It's a perfect. It's literally.
So you're gonna stick it to the ratepayers that, for no fault of their own, signed up with CCA, and for some reason the supplier went belly up, and they got moved over, and for 2 or 3 months they could be paying twice what they had been paying, and you're going to say to them, sorry, but you're responsible for that. That's not a good look.
Well, the way I think I can address that question is that for all the measures that we've been describing over these days, there are like ample, piles of measures we're going to be taking to avoid that very scenario. But the scenario you're describing, where customers are, dumped back to SOS, happens where a CCA exists for purposes of trying to beat the market. That is most assuredly not the purpose.
There are all kinds of scenarios where, people say, wow, I never anticipated, and then you can fill in the blank. So our job is to try to anticipate those. And in this scenario of CCA, utility, and customer, the customer should not be picking up the cost differential. That's a bad look for you And I think that's a bad look for the system. There has to be a way that I mean, and I said this before the last time we were together, that these customers should always be held harmless, always. I'd rather have the utility pay. No offense, but we should not be in a situation where the answer is the customer will pick up the cost differential. We can't have that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me come at this from a different angle. Maybe Montgomery County can just basically,
Same thing. Yeah.
but maybe Montgomery County can address this very specific question, and that is in that section W, where it says the county will be solely responsible for the costs associated with any stranded costs for contracts entered into, or give me an example of what you believe that represents. What specifically do you believe that provision represents?
Well, I'm reading the words of the statute. If it's a contract entered into by the CCA for electric supply, that would be where the CCA goes out and enters into a contract for electric supply. In that case, the county government is responsible. And if the CCA owns generation, those are the provisions that are written into the statute. Those are not a utility having to go out and procure power.
I think the scenario would be that, say, Montgomery County buys a 3-year contract for power, and 1 year into it, the CCA terminates. So now you've got a contract that, and say the price for that is, let me think for a second so I can give good numbers, but say the price for that contract is 10 cents per kilowatt hour. The CCA terminates, and the current wholesale prices are only 7. So that contract's a loser. And there's a loss there for somebody to take, and the statute is saying Montgomery County government takes that loss. Now, they probably won't do contracts, sort of that work like that. But if they did, this is saying that they will take the loss.
So if Montgomery County enters into the CCA enters into a contract, a 3-year contract, let's say, and something goes wrong, the CCA goes belly up, or the contractor goes belly up, or whatever, and as a result, there's a flight of customers off the CCA and onto the standard offer service. You're saying that this provision doesn't define that as a stranded cost.
Yeah, I have a hard time reading that provision. Well, there's two sets of costs there in your example. One is if the supplier, the wholesale supplier of the CCA has a contract that says, I'm selling a whole bunch of power for 10 cents. But then the CCA goes belly up and there's nobody to take that power anymore. Well, now the supplier, the supplier still has that contract, and they say, I want to get paid that, for my 10-cent power. That power can be resold on the wholesale market for 7. There's a loss there. This is saying Montgomery County has to take that.
And we agree with that.
There's a separate set of costs, which is, well, how much does it cost to supply what are the customers going to pay? And I have a hard time describing that as a stranded cost, although I agree with Commissioner Suchman, it's a bad look, but it's not. I have a hard time describing that as a stranded cost because there are provisions for the utility to buy the power either at spot market or for some short-term contractual arrangements or whatever they can do, and then pass that through the provisions of the statute for SOS, which say that the utility buys the power and the cost gets passed through.
See, but it's
Go ahead.
Any stranded costs.
Yeah, can I just ask actually, Ms. Sikora, I was going to ask the questions of the utilities. I mean, this seems to be here for the utility. There's a cost that the utility seems to want to recover. if there's a suspension of enrollments. So it's not that we're dumping people back onto the system. The plain language here says a suspension of enrollments. What cost would the utility want to recover in that circumstance?
Well, there's two. First, which we really haven't talked about yet, is, to the extent that we have spent millions of dollars on programming all of this, and we have not gotten recovery of those, that's one set. But I think, in my mind, I haven't been thinking about them as stranded costs. To me, it's the incremental cost, which is really not that much different than kind of the costs or the issue that we've been trying to deal with in the SOS PIP group, because it's just, I think, an order of magnitude. In the PIP process, we've been talking about, okay, if, in Pepco's case, if they had, 50,000 customers come back all at once, how do you deal with that? Do you have a separate price? Do you have this? This is just that on steroids, where you have everybody who was on with the CCA coming back. And frankly, I don't know that we've really thought about that. And, who does? There's different options. It could be that, yes, if the utility has to pay, has to go out and get spot market prices, you could charge the returning CCA customers.
But let me just, is this session, excuse me, is the suspension of enrollments, does it intend to get into all those issues? Or is it just, it just says the suspension of enrollments, no new enrollees. So I'm just trying to understand if we're getting a little deeper into this than really this section is meant to get into.
No, is that meant to be just they're not taking any new enrollments and they've stopped? Or is it meant to be the way everybody's been talking? I thought it was you're returning all the customers.
No, we've been talking about it in those terms, but I think if we're just talking about this specific language under .06, we seem to be talking about a very narrow set of costs, and it seems to be a cost that the utilities want to recover. What are those costs? Like, how did this section even get in here? Because this seems to be a utility recovery issue. So,
well, but I think it's because you're tying it back to Regulation 03 or Regulation 04. So you're saying that ceasing enrollments, I think it's saying that you're.
Right, I don't think you can separate that out. I mean, this is all about what happens when the program ends. And there are gonna be costs. And
these are just costs for the utility.
But I don't
think the I tend to listen to OPC, and this seems to be a specific utility-oriented cost. And I mean, the county is not set up to do a prudency review, or empowered to do some of these regulatory issues.
But what they said just now has raised in me an issue that I raised the last time we had this conversation, which is I am really concerned about making sure that Montgomery County ratepayers, who are ratepayers now of Pepco and could be ratepayers of CCA, that they are not harmed. That is paramount to me, because it's a pilot program, and we want to make sure it's done right. And when I heard that it's the customer that through no fault of their own, except that they signed on to the program, find themselves out of the program for whatever reason. Hopefully it's going to be planned, and you'll have notified Pepco that they're coming back if you decide to stop the program, and then Pepco sort of plans out this procurement and everything's fine. But I can't help but think about the situation where something happens and it's unplanned. And those customers are going to be moved over. We cannot have a scenario where customers are footing the bill for something that happened that was not in their control.
It's definitely, Commissioner Suchman, a highly undesirable outcome. We agree with Mr. Fields on this. I mean, however, if customers are if an SOS supplier can't deliver on its commitments.
But that's one customer that made the choice.
No, SOS. If
Okay,
the
okay,
SOS supplier to the utilities can't perform on its obligations, the utilities would have to go out and purchase
But
different
it's
power.
on, but it's on their dime.
Why is it?
I mean,
sure
so
why-
if I'm on SOS, utility, the utility loses a supplier.
That's not, are you talking about one of our suppliers, our wholesale suppliers, or I thought we were talking about
Right.
a retail supplier?
Well, it could go either way.
I mean, if it's a retail supplier, they're gonna go back to SOS. and-
No, if they're on SOS, they're always going to stay at the SOS rate. Are you gonna make changes to the SOS and penalize ratepayers if you lose a supplier?
There's provisions within the SOS construct.
Well,
of
but you
SOS.
also have bonds in place or letters of credit
We
or
do,
something
But
that
there's also provisions to true up later. If our costs, if we have to incur additional costs because something like that happens, we're not gonna change the rate that moment, but there are true up provisions that can get addressed later where, we look at, okay, what were the costs to serve all these customers? What did we charge them in total and what did we collect? And we true it up, whether it's, adding something a little bit more to future rates or taking a little bit less, or the opposite. We will recover the difference from customers if
Yeah,
there's a
but
difference.
how much of a difference you're not gonna, rates aren't gonna double.
Prices changed. Well, go
But
back.
I'm asking for, I mean, you understand my concern. Customers are gonna be on a CCA program. They're gonna have to migrate all at once to Pepco. And there was a situation, I think in Massachusetts, where the rates doubled or tripled. And they're having an issue now with that situation. Customers on SOS, do they ever encounter situations where a rate doubles?
No, but that's if you're keeping them on SOS.
I'm talking about just on SOS.
Right, but if these customers are coming back to us, do we treat them, and again, this is an issue that we're talking about in the PIP, because it's the same thing. If I'm a customer and I chose to be on the CCA or got defaulted into it, and I come back, depending on how we deal with this, one option is if it can't get dealt with through the contracts that we have in place with allow for some fluctuation, we might have to go out and charge or buy at the spot market for those customers. And you can either charge them the spot market prices, or you socialize them through
Okay,
all the
so
other.
I'm actually wondering, is it possible to bring this issue up in the PIP?
We could, but I think this is one, I think even more so, to have a policy discussion or have, is the commission's intent that if there's incremental costs being incurred because a whole bunch of customers come back to the utility and the spot market prices that we have to buy at are a lot more than the SOS, who pays for them?
Right.
Is it the customers that came back from Montgomery County? Do you socialize those costs among every SOS customer, or does the county pay for it? I think those are the three options that you have.
But the same question does arise in the case of any other supplier who can't deliver on their obligations.
We don't normally have that many suppliers that.
Let me ask a clarifying question, though, before we get to this. Are we actually talking about something broader than what this particular subsection is referring to? Because if you read it, it talks about, the CCA provides notice of termination. It's supposed to cease enrollments of new customers, unless otherwise directed by the commission. And then the second section talks about recovering costs incurred from the suspension of enrollment. So are we talking about the pot of existing customers going back to the utility under SOS? Or are we only talking about a smaller subset of customers that, would have been part of the CCA but now aren't?
I'm not really sure, because it then goes on to say from termination or dissolution of the CCA.
Well, I understand, but before that, it talked from the suspension of the enrollments resulting from the termination or dissolution. So what I'm trying to figure out is within the scheme of this regulatory or this set of regulations, was this section intended to address the issue that's been talked about here of the customers, the existing customers of the CCA now going back to the utility and this problem of, the difference of the SOS cost between what they were paying and what they will be paying, and who's going to pay for that? Or is it talking about a smaller subset of customers?
Well, and Mr. Chair, you may be right. If you go up to E, the previous E that we were talking about, where we changed to reasonable efforts, to mitigate any electric company SOS procurement costs associated with transferring CCA customers back to SOS upon termination of a CCA. So I think that's probably where.
So I'm trying to figure out, was this scenario that we've been talking about, was that intended to be discussed in this section or somewhere else?
When 6 was added to the regulations, the framework for the discussion was what Ms. Sikora gave as an example. If, for instance, the CCA starts and rather than go 6 or 7 years, it goes 1 year and then something happens. And the utilities have spent a few $1 million on programming to change the little things that they needed to do. What happens to those costs? Right. That was the introduction for this.
But it wasn't intended to address this broader issue that we've been talking about.
Right, I think that
about
might
what
be,
happens
that might be
to everybody going back.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So given that, what's our thought about?
Yeah, I'm okay
who's gonna
with
pick up the
keeping
freight?
right with keeping it focused on the enrollments. And I guess I'm not going to go back to E, but I'm still really troubled about this cost recovery issue.
Yeah, I understand that. But I guess given the parameters of what these costs are, what's the county's view about who should pay? So,
Customers.
It was the customer.
okay.
I'm customer OPC.
I think it's that.
Yeah, I'm okay
Is that-
with that part, as long as
Okay.
you keep it small.
Does that anybody disagree with that? Okay. All right.
Do we need clarifying language in here to make it, I'm concerned that it was confusing enough that we had a,
I guess I'm open to that, although, do you have something in mind? Would be the next question.
administrative, incremental, I think was what
Yeah.
Ms. Sikora suggested.
I think what throws us off is regulation .03 of this chapter or regulation 04 of this chapter.
Yeah,
If
you're
you
right.
just
That
keep
might
it
be
very
yeah.
directly just a suspension of enrollments. And
Yeah.
then I don't think there'll be any
Sure.
confusion.
Yeah, that might be.
Though,
might
if you
be-
add administrative costs, that would make it much clearer.
Yeah,
Are
that's
we
true.
talking about the cost? Because I heard someone, I think it was Judge Grace, bring up the cost that we've had is it to program the whole thing, or is it just to program, I'm not really sure what these costs are, and
Well, under the language where we're going, this should just be reviewed in a prudency review as part of a rate case, right?
Yeah.
And then we would determine whether or not you could recover. This is just saying that, I guess it opens the door to recover these costs.
it says from the affected customers. Who are the affected customers?
Well, the utility customers.
Well, then,
Well, I mean, who,
Oh, you're talking about the customers?
Yeah, it's a little so if you had something that read something like, an electric company shall recover administrative costs from those customers who were suspended from enrollments and required to join the SOS. Because that's what you're talking about, is customers who were suspended from, there no more enrollments, and those customers had to go back on SOS, and those are the costs, the administrative costs of making that happen. Because if it's not that, then I don't know what this provision is talking about.
there would be potentially some administrative costs, like to actually have somebody go in and do whatever they have to do to get these people to go back to SOS. That does happen. Someone would have to manually, because normally it's an EDI transaction.
Would you be
Maybe
able
Judge
to?
Grace, where did this come from? This is a utility recovery provision. I just assumed it came from the utilities.
It
And
did not.
They seem to be very confused.
This is staff's language, and the discussion that was had at the time that staff introduced this language was the example given with the utilities and was those types of stranded costs. So I think we would direct the question to staff.
Okay, well, maybe, I mean, I would almost say, let's just resolve this in the PIP, and just get this out of here altogether, because this is just really got us all twisted.
And how much are we talking about? I mean, would you even be able to parse out what the cost would be in signing these people back up onto the SOS?
Probably not. I mean,
Ms.
we've had other suppliers who have suddenly gone out of business, and we've had to do manual transactions to get them onto SOS, because normally the process from someone going from a supplier to SOS requires an EDI transaction. It will require that, would require some program or some person going in and doing some manual work. Those costs are not going to be significant, I don't think. I don't think in the past when we've had that happen, we've tried to ever recover those costs, but
Okay,
they're not
Ms.
hard.
Beckham, is there? Okay, because I mean, if it's sort of de minimis, then I think this provision is more confusing than helpful. And if the utilities are not asking for it, and they're the ones who are going to be recovering the costs, maybe we don't need it. Because we've just been spending like a half hour talking about this, and I thought this was for something else.
And I thought it was for the utilities, and they don't know where it came from, so, anyway, I'm fine if staff wants to explain why it's here, but it just,
Typically with utility systems, when they make changes to something for retail choice, there could be something in the order of hundreds of thousands to hopefully not for this more than $1 million. But we've established some rules that require the utilities to build systems to become the default, so that the SCCA is default.
and we do that all the time with our policies. I mean, but we can't expect the utility, or I'm sorry, the county to do a whole prudency review of.
Well, no,
who would generate the bill, and then who? I mean, this just seems unworkable.
You're going to have some costs that, if the CCA dissolves sort of suddenly, in particular, you're going to have some costs that the utility is going to want recovery for. It could be uncollected costs. It could be the POR, revenue that's not yet, and it could be if they have to make system changes to undo what they established. And
We
so
already have
that's the way-
proceedings for that, though.
But,
I mean, so.
This sort of just says it's on the CCA for cost recovery.
I understand it, but wouldn't those costs wind up becoming stranded costs?
They would not have a way to recover those as originally intended. Yes, they'd be stranded effectively because there'd be
So
no
under
longer.
that, doesn't that mean you're on the hook?
Well, I mean, I think that given how much time has been spent on this provision, that no one can really even seem to understand where it came from or what its purpose is or who wants it, maybe we should just take the commission's recommendation, remove this provision to another proceeding and deal with it in cost recovery matters, and then get on to the other topics
That would be
here.
my
Okay.
preference.
Yeah,
Just
I agree.
Just
Alright.
jettison this thing.
Okay. So,
Just 06.
Okay, 06 is gone. So we're on to 07. It's the last issue in this chapter. Keep your finger, though, in the portion of the statute that Commissioner Barbe referred to, W, because the language in 7 is proposed by staff, justified by W. I'm sorry?
It's V10, I think is where this comes from.
Okay, maybe not W, maybe V10. I had in my notes W. It's for a very specific scenario. So if the CCA terminates early, they need to, in A, give the commission information on what contracts there are, and in B, give the utilities the right of first refusal to take over those contracts. So Montgomery County objects to 7 in its entirety and has not proposed alternative language because Montgomery County believes that this is not specifically provided for in the statute, and it's either W or V1,
10.
V10, where staff finds its justification for this language.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Montgomery County, if I can, why they feel that provision V10 and this language. I'd like to ask the county why they feel this language is not warranted, given the language in V10.
So the reason is that we understand the intention in the non-consensus text. We understand what staff is getting at here. However, that's not how CCAs actually work. That's not how CCAs procure power. It doesn't work that way. A CCA's contracts with an aggregation supplier and the aggregation supplier's contracts represent the contractual right for suppliers to sell power to CCA participants. And it doesn't permit the county or the aggregator to take title to the power. And so because of that, there is no excess supply. Let me try to phrase it another way. When the CCA has 200,000 customers enrolled, the CCA will, and the aggregation supplier, there will be contracts with an actual supplier, giving that supplier the right to sell power to however many customers the CCA has. That's the commitment. That's the contract. We're not buying power. We are providing the right to a supplier to sell power to our customers, which the customers will pay for. We are not contracting to buy power. And so therefore, there is no extra power.
Well, then I guess the answer would be that you have none. I mean, it just says that if you have any CCA contracts, remember too that the regulations here is for a pilot, but there's going to be hopefully other pilots that may do things differently. So if you don't have any contracts for that with excess supply, then the answer is you don't have any, right? And then so then you don't. I mean, we could clean up the language a little bit, but then the answer is if you and we could have, to the extent the county has any contracts for excess supply, and if you want to, you could start it that way. Then you could say within 30 days of the termination, you have to provide that information. But if you don't have it, then you won't provide the information.
I mean, it's just a scenario that just can't exist.
Well, won't exist for you, but it may exist for others. I mean, the thing is, we do have the statute. So we do. I mean, it does say procedures for the transfer of customers and the resale of contracted electricity supply. So if we're trying to conform to the language of the statute, we could have this. The language could read in the regulations. For any county that has contracts for supply with excess power. I mean, you can sort of, it could start, the language could start that way. So then for entities like you that won't have any, then you won't be providing that information, and you won't be offering the utility the right of first refusal. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I understand that your concern is if we're not doing it, why do we have it? But we also have a statute that we have to.
So, and this actually may be a question for Commissioner Barbe. So the very first part of this says this section applies only in Montgomery County. But I do remember that other counties did show up and said aspirationally they may want to do this. So say, Queen Anne's County shows up and wants to do this. Are they going to change? Are they going to write a whole new section for Queen Anne's County to do a community aggregation, or are they just going to delete the part that says only applies to Montgomery County and apply all these rules to everybody else going forward.
Well, if they like the law, they'll just write comma, Queen Anne's
Right.
County. That's what they're gonna do.
So to Commissioner Sussman's point, theoretically, this thing could wind up applying in Queen Anne's County or whatever county, so it's not just specific to
Probably
you.
not Queen Anne's, but-
No, I understand, but I didn't want to pick somebody who might actually do this, so.
I mean, it would be for electricity supply which will exceed the necessary supply for CCA customers. So this isn't about, like, if the CCA were to sign a bilateral agreement with a particular, like, facility, like the county, I mean, there's nothing in the statute actually that requires the CCA to notify the commission if we, buy that power or if we buy more than we require. But either way, the way a CCA is designed is that even if we buy a little power here, a little power there, it wouldn't ever exceed the necessary supply for
But
CCA customers.
I guess the point I'm trying to get at, though, is apropos to what Commissioner Sussman said, if you never do this, based on what you said, how you're going to do this, why do you care if this is in here? I mean, it doesn't do you any harm if it's something that you never do, and so therefore you're never going to have to worry about, dealing with this. But somebody else who has a CCA that wants to do this, it would apply.
Well,
so.
particularly if you tweak the language a little bit so that it's made clear that there may be situations where CCA will not have these kinds of contracts. So you can have, to the extent that a CCA has entered into a contract that has this excess power after termination, then the following applies.
Right.
And you can actually write it so that everything kind of flows from that, and that is A, and then B kind of follows that.
Can we take just a moment to have a conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just one other, just something to think about too, or just take the language directly from V10, and instead of say, electricity supply, and call it the resale of contracted electricity supply, because that's, I think, what we're trying to conform to in this regulation is the statute.
Right, but that
Resale of contracted, it may not apply, but maybe that gets over this issue about, this excess supply.
Well, you're objecting. I take it that Montgomery County is objecting to the very concept that there is such a thing as excess supply because
Right,
it's
it's-
not an inventory.
right, it's
of-
confusing, right.
Right, but the 10 says we do need a regulation.
We do
for-
have
for
to do
s-
procedures.
Procedure for the resale of contracted electricity supply. So is there a way just to use that terminology and just take it directly from the statute?
I think we might need.
Okay, anyway, you were going to
Take a couple minutes to.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather get this, resolved and it's comfortable with everybody, and then because we're getting close to the end here. So.
Is this the last issue?
So there are a couple of definitions that could use some attending to, but I'm going to just take this time right now while they're meeting to get rid of the one for for partial program termination. So I think it'll just be 3 definitions that need to.
Are we still in the same chapter?
It'll be chapter 1 will be next after.
Yeah, because that's the definition. So.
Here, okay.
Want to step out for a second?
You see what it says here?
Yeah, I see what he's saying.
Can I just ask the utilities in the room, would you even be able to take power? Would you even be able to take the power that's being discussed here? I mean, it's just commercial.
Sure.
Someone, whoever authored this provision in the statute, perhaps just had a different framework
Sure.
in mind.
And relevant question, so, I mean, we'll
I mean,
give,
if someone has signed a contract to us, yeah.
But when, I mean, I'm not looking at you because I'm trying to look into the microphone. So, I mean, when the CCA's contracts ordinarily be liquidated, like they'd be between.
Depends on how the contract is written.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a transferable, assignable contract, and or not.
yeah, okay.
I think the utilities would want
Yeah, I
the
think-
right to not take
We
it.
need
We don't want to
to
be
go
forced
offline.
to take it because it might not be beneficial, but
I understand we all want to get this done today, and I, as much as anybody, can we just take a 10-minute break? Because honestly, I think it would be real helpful for us to step out.
Okay, all right.
Can I do some housekeeping on just definitions that are non-controversial while you're doing that, so that we can try to move through this?
Well, I thought all you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not-
No, I thought I need to talk to,
yeah, and no-
Montgomery County needs to have a Montgomery County conversation first.
yeah, no, we'll stop for 10 minutes, so.
Okay. Thank you.
on the record.
Thank you for the time.
Sure.
For us to consult on this. These are complicated situations. So the proposed edit to make this, a commercially understandable paragraph that also enables the CCA to enter into contracts without, terms that could, cause alarm or uncertainty with counterparties, which could inject all kinds of problems. What we propose is to, in the second line, where it says any CCA contracts,
We're all getting Amber Alerts.
Amber Alert.
Oh.
We all have the same one.
so Judge Grace, you see where it says on the second line, any CCA contracts?
Yes.
Maybe up in the top, right? And this to do a red line there.
Right.
So delete the word contract
Okay.
and insert power purchase agreements designated for the CCA load. And that's just a more specific term that
Sure.
actually would apply.
Yep.
And that's your only proposed change?
Yes.
So does that work for OPC staff? Anybody else in the room?
Looks fine to me.
So, David, Phil?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's problematic with changing
Okay.
contracts to power purchase agreements.
Okay.
If Mr. Hoppick has any reservations?
He's shaking his head no.
He says good.
Okay. Looks like we got a winner, so.
Okay.
All right.
Worth the time. Thank you.
So, with more
Actually,
good news,
Actually,
what-
I mean, this is kind of
Oh.
a nit, but
Sorry.
elsewhere within that whole provision, the word contract is used, so,
Well, we would just replaced that with PPAs,
okay.
Okay.
just for
Well,
consistency.
you're gonna have to, so contract is gonna get replaced with agreement. Each time.
Power purchase agreement,
Yeah, right.
right.
Yeah,
Because your
yeah.
contracts
Right.
sort of
Okay.
throughout,
Okay.
so.
Yes, we'll make that change. So.
So every reference to contract becomes reference to
Power-
PPA?
Power,
Okay,
yeah,
purchase
right,
agreement,
or
okay.
PPA, yeah, which is the acronym. So.
Great. Thanks for catching that.
I had one question that came up with during the break. When the commission was looking at 06, did it delete both A and B? Or
Yes.
just B?
Yeah, we deleted the whole
So-
section.
So A was the thing that prevented the CCA from continuing to enroll after they sent a termination. So that would, I don't know if that was the commission's intention, but essentially the point of that was so that they would not enroll customers by default after they had sent a termination notice. I don't know if the county, I think the county was not objecting to that. But, I mean, if you've taken it out, you've taken it out, but it had nothing to do with the recovery of costs. I want to make sure we captured that.
Well, I mean, we never really thought. I mean, frankly, we never really thought that there was that provision was necessary anyway. For example, if let's say there's a planned early termination, and we're supposed to file. We're going to be filing these reports starting in like 2027 or 2028. I mean, under the current schedule, we're not even scheduled to begin delivering power till like 2025.
Yeah.
So let's say we get a couple years into the CCA, and for whatever reason, the county decides, the pilot lets us go for 7 years, but who knows? Things happen. The decision's made to end it after 5 years. So the decision's made. Maybe it's a political decision. Who knows? So the decision's made. The commission's on notice that, but it's going to take like 3 years to kind of unwind this in a organized manner. That doesn't necessarily mean that the customers might not best be served by being continued to be enrolled for some transitional period, which presumably would be discussed in the notice of termination and then the dialogue that would occur between the commission, the county, and the utilities.
So I actually have a suggestion. Since we've punted a number of things to this other work group. I think this issue is actually prime for that
Terrific.
too.
Thank you.
And so just put that on the to-do list of stuff. I mean, I think it's a legitimate concern, but again, I think it's one of these things that can be worked out when we're working on all the other bigger, more complicated issues. So.
And we promise not to change it after you've done that.
That's right. So, moving on.
The last item is Chapter 1, and I actually think that we've worked through all the issues. There was a number 5 contract summary, which is no longer appropriate and has been withdrawn by the Retail Supplier Coalition. There was a item 16, Energy Assistance Household. It is no longer appropriate and was withdrawn by the Retail Supplier Coalition. There was a comment from staff in 17 enrollment. There needed good cybersecurity practice needed to be a separate paragraph. That's been taken care of. I guess I should pull this up on the screen while we're doing
Wait,
this.
before you leave 12, can I just ask about what I mentioned to you under notice of unplanned termination? Is electric distribution companies also, we have to give notice to them or not?
An unplanned, yes.
Okay, because it was taken out of the language that you handed around. I think just, I'm concerned that something got removed in this printed version that the one that's currently exists.
Is it for planned or for unplanned?
Under unplanned,
Yep, A, all electric companies.
right, but B, the version that I have says, hang on, did it get renumbered? Maybe it's fine. If it's fine, it's fine. I apologize for any confusion. I'm just trying to make sure we're good.
No, don't worry. It's fine.
So that moves us down to partial program termination, which was deleted, and 19. Well, it was 20. We no longer need a full program termination, partial program termination. So if you'll look at the screen, I deleted full, and then I deleted partial program termination and the entire definition.
Okay.
Which just leaves us with program termination means the cessation of all CCA electric supply service to all CCA customers. And that takes us to the end of Chapter 1.
So that's it as far as the substantive discussions, correct?
I believe that is correct.
And before we move to the final action here, anybody else got anything they want to raise before I? Okay, seeing no takers. All right. So I make a motion that we publish the following draft regulations in the Maryland Register for notice and comment, subject to non-substantive changes necessary to conform to COMAR drafting requirements, and we will be adding the following new regulations. And there's going to be a whole series of numbers here. COMAR 20.63.01.01 through 03. COMAR 20.63.03.01 through 05. COMAR 20.63.04.01 through 03. COMAR 20.63.05.01 through .03. COMAR 20.63.07.01 through .14. COMAR 20.63.11.01 through .03. COMAR 20.63.12.01 through 06. COMAR 20.63.13 20.01 through .02, Comar 20.63.14.01 through .03, Comar 20.63.15.01 through .05, Comar 20.63.16.01 through .04, Comar 20.63.17.01 through .03, Comar 20.63.18.01 through .03, Comar 20.63.19.01 through .07, and Comar 20.63.20.01 through .03. And the vote will start with Commissioner Schlesman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barve.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. The regulations are adopted and will be published in the Maryland Register for comment. And with that, we are adjourned.